Good morning and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's the second day of Group A action. We currently have 4 players joint on 6 points. It's Steve West who leads the way due to his superior leg difference. So before we get into day 2, let's remind ourselves of how things unfolded yesterday. Here's Murph with more.
In terms of wins in Group A, it was one for John Parts, taking victory against Steve West, the 3-time world champion, off the mark, hoping for a better day on Tuesday. It was 2 for Tony, as Wood got wins, including this one against Willie Borland with a brilliant 144 checkout. It was 3 for Teehan, edging out Adam Hunt in what could prove to be a pivotal result. And that's because Willie Borland, Adam Hunt and Steve West all also got 3 wins. Borland enjoying a 4-1 success against Hightower. He sits 3rd in the table. Adam Hunt sits 2nd. Fired in 10 180s yesterday. Struggled on the doubles early on, but put that right in parts for a 2nd place finish. But the star of the show for most of the day was Steve West, who finished top, but it's 4 on 6 points and all to play for.
Yeah, certainly is all to play for heading into move-in day here at the Super Series. Chris Mason alongside me to reflect on what we've seen so far. Steve West's superb start to the day. Of course, he had that ton average in the 2nd game of the day. Tailed off slightly in games 3 and 4, didn't he? But recomposed very well to finish on 6 points.
Yeah, it started well, a little bit of a wobble in the middle and ended with a win. It's not the perfect day, but I'm sure he'll be happy enough with that to come away with 6 points.
Yeah, let's have a little look at some of the numbers from day 1. 31 180s across the board. It was the finishing, wasn't it, overall, especially at the start of the day, that really let down the standard. But that did improve as the day went on. What are you expecting overall today?
Well, I think Adam Hunt, well, it felt like Adam Hunt, almost half of those 180s. Yeah, I think it was just finishing that brought the overall average down. But the one that could make the move to, well, look at the amount of times Steve West's feature on there, the lowest leg, the highest finish and the highest average. That's why it speaks for itself why he's top. But I think Adam Hunt could maybe make a bit of a move today. If he got the finish in all together in the end, if he combines that incredible score in the amount of 180s and 177s he hit yesterday, if he can get it all right today, he could potentially make a bit of a move. And of course, Tuesday is traditionally moving day.
It is indeed, and that quickest leg from Steve West was actually the first one he won on debut here at the MODUS Super Series. Not a bad way to warm yourself up to the challenge, is it? Let's have a look at how the betting odds are heading into day 2. And actually, there's been a bit of a switch, hasn't there? Because Adam Hunt is now favourite. That's reflected in maybe the performances we saw yesterday, especially in the scoring phase from him.
Yeah, I think they've looked at that and thought, well, if he continues to score in that vein and then gets his finishing right, he has the potential to possibly run away with the group. I'm sure Steve and Willie Borland and Ciaran Teehan will all have thoughts to halt him. But yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, any value for you in maybe Ciaran Teehan at 4 to 1?
Yeah, potentially. I think we've seen signs yesterday. I think everybody sort of produced at one point or another, including John Part on debut yesterday, of course, who's not played in this kind of environment for some time. But yeah, everybody can take something positive away from it. And who knows could come out of the pack today at any one of 4 or 5.
Yeah, let's have a look at Aces ACCA for day 2 then. What are the selections you've gone for and why have you gone for this treble that returns 7 to 1?
Yeah, Adam Hunt, Willie Borland over 2.518 is at 6 to 5. I think they're pretty much on a level playing field when you look at their overall averages for the day. So I think this has the potential to go 6-7 legs, and I think over 2.5 is more than backable. Part Teehan, handicap bet, and Ciaran Teehan minus 1.5. Again, they're probably looking at the start that John made yesterday, and then handicap bet and Steve West minus 1.5 at 10 to 11 pays just over 7s.
Yeah,
if it wins. If you put a tenner on, you'll get absolutely nothing back.
Well, that is what Ace has gone for this morning's session. Now, Henry Deacon, we've not let him into the building this week. He is lurking outside. I've seen him outside this morning. We're not letting him through the doors, but we are still doing his Tuesday tungsten teaser. So let's have a little look at this. The question is, on only 19 occasions has a game featured 7 breaks of throw. 3 of these were in the same session and featured the same player. Who was it? So that's your question. Get your answers in. MSS Starts on Twitter. Make sure you tag us in that with your answers. Don't give the answer away, but do you know who it is?
I know one of them. That was me. But I don't know the other 18. I certainly don't know the player that's done it on 3 occasions. It's quite remarkable.
Very interesting indeed. So can you beat this man to it? Get your answers into us, and we'll be chatting a bit more about that a little bit later on. But our first game of the session is, of course, a repeat of the final game yesterday. John Part against Willie Borland. Of course, John Part had his opportunities in that. Played very well indeed, didn't he, towards the back end of yesterday's action. Do you see him getting off to a better start today?
Yeah, I think he'll feel a lot better and a lot more comfortable. It does take a day or 2 here just to get used to the timings and the procedures and the protocol. And yeah, I thought he looked good at times yesterday, especially towards the back end.
Right then, let's see what sort of start he makes today up against Willie Borland in our first game. Chris Murphy, over to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. Good morning, everybody. Day 2 of Group A in Week 7 of Series 3, where the winners and losers will be sticking around for the rest of the week. The top player in this group, of course, will get that spot at finals night. Very important to do so. Remember, Lee Cox last week, he missed out on leg difference in Group A and then missed out again on leg difference in Group B. So the players in the race, and that right now is all of them, will certainly want to finish right at the top of the tree and get those couple of days off. Tough tungsten teaser, that as well.
To throw first.
Danny McNamara.
Do you know the answer?
Yeah, well, of course I do, yeah. But
so you're a bit more of a stato than me, I think, in that department.
Well,
I knew one of them was me because I can remember the
95.
particular game, but the person that's done it 3 times, that's...
yeah, we will reveal it later on. I think you'll get it.
140.
You can tell me in between matches. I think you'll get it at some point, and maybe later on today I'll give a bit of a clue. But the thing that astonished me is how rare it is, 19 times in the amount of matches we've had.
97.
Really stood out. But anyway, back to the darts today, and win or lose, it's all about taking part.
96.
Will you be taking part for this match, John, to beat Willie?
I'm not sure. I think Willie would just be... possibly just be a little bit too reliable.
96.
I mean, they went 7-4 John Part, 2-5 Willie Borland. I think there was some good stuff from Willie yesterday, and it has been a struggle for him, but I think he would have taken a lot out of it. And this is why we are of a great belief that playing in the Super Series is a great confidence builder, because it's not that elimination darts. You know, you're not out and you don't have time to. You know, you don't have to go away and stew. You go away and think, right, I'm going to come back and have another crack tomorrow, and then another crack. And
21.
One thing that interests me about John Park is he seemed to play his way into form yesterday.
yes, and that usually is with the case. That's
60.
usually the case with the
the
players that don't play very much. And as you well know, if with your workload, it's not impossible. It's hard to find the time to put the hours in. I literally when
52.
When I played in the Super Series last year, I literally had just had the whole month off before it, and
43.
And just had as much board time as I could get in.
Well, an example of Park playing his way into form was that he did, even in defeat, be more competitive towards the end of the day, including a 4-3 loss in this fixture.
Yeah, and it went with throw yesterday, didn't
yeah,
it?
the complete opposite to our tungsten teaser, in fact. So Park will be hoping for
99.
At worst, the same that he.
Well, if he carries on and his momentum gathers throughout today, he's going to be super competitive in mid matches. I mean, he averaged 82 and change in this, 3 out of 8 on the doubles, hit a max.
He's a pragmatist, isn't he, John Part? And he knows what a big match is and what
57.
might not be. And I think already this one is, because if he loses it, it's a 6-point gap to the top of the table. If he wins it, it's just 2.
Yeah, this is huge, but not in a putting a
46.
negative spin on it. He may already have his eye on Thursday and Friday, and just using these initial 3 days to really build some confidence and maybe strike a bit of fear into the group on Thursday and Friday. The Empire did strike back.
100.
Like it. The 3-time world champion managed 1 win,
58.
but did show signs of running into form, as we said. It was actually a win over Steve West, the man who's top of the table. Interesting change in the odds there that you discussed with Abby, because even though Adam Hunt is favourite to win this group now, Steve West is still favourite to win the
85.
week.
Yeah. Yesterday, Adam Hunt's scoring was just
80.
on a different level to literally everybody else here.
Part is, in terms of both the group and the week, the rank outsider, according to the odds compilers. He's probably held the role of underdog in a fair few matches in his career, but I don't think in terms of tournaments he'd have been the big outsider very often.
I think the only time he maybe would have been
91.
favourite before a final,
124.
possibly when he faced Kirk. He certainly wouldn't have been favourite to have beaten the governor, Phil Taylor. Ooh.
I know not the same magnitude as a world championship, of course, but when he won that Euro Tour in
16.
Minehead about 10 years ago, that came from nowhere, didn't it?
Yeah, certainly did.
Game shot of the second leg, William Borland.
It was a 16-dart hold from JP in leg 1.
Third leg, John to Thoreau first.
A hold
Game
from
on.
Willie in leg 2. Yeah, that run in that Euro Tour was really random.
26.
I think there was a long gap between success.
Actually, many people kind of scoffed when he had a
60.
Euro Tour in the UK, but I'm not against them having one in Wales, Ireland, Scotland.
We are in Europe. Sort of, well, yeah. Well, no, we are.
Yeah, we didn't just float off.
No.
96.
Yeah, some see darts as a
96.
bizarre sport for having had an Australian European champion as well.
Yeah. Yeah,
100.
I'd like to see a Euro Tour, possibly. Maybe introduce it into some places that
121.
don't often get the darts. I don't know, somewhere up in North Wales somewhere, and maybe up in Scotland somewhere.
Certainly an appetite, isn't there?
Yeah,
in
for
those
sure.
areas.
And just in areas where anything they'd have to go and watch would be a monumental logistical nightmare. So put one on their doorstep.
John Part actually did
60.
once win a tournament here in Portsmouth, the UK Open qualifier, and it's actually 20 years ago. February
68.
2003 beat
William Iroquois
your good pal Mark
164.
Dudbridge in the final.
Did I lose in the last 16?
Well, you lost somewhere, mate, so I'm going to find out where it was.
I
64.
don't know. That might be a
It
different
was a little earlier that day, but to be fair, you did run into Colin Lloyd early in that tournament, who was a mean machine at that time.
Yeah, wasn't he ever?
60.
Part did actually beat Phil
William
Taylor en
Iroquois
route to that
100.
title as well. 100 for Borland. May go tops. Over the top.
40. John
I
Iroquois
don't like that final dart
106.
being thrown at the tops. 106 for Part, so it's definitely a bit of pressure on this because there's a break opportunity for Borland. Oh, great 54. Can he complete the job?
74. William Iroquois 60.
Well, this is what didn't happen yesterday. A breaker throw in this match. Part disadvantaged by that,
40.
and he gets away with it here.
John Iroquois 32. No score.
Didn't attack that.
William, you require
Any one of
20.
those.
Game shot on the third leg. William
We
Borland.
do have our first break of throw between these two. In the 10th leg of their combined matches.
First. Game on.
You know, like my little delves into the history
Oh,
books.
yes. What happened
Well, I'm not
on this day?
I won't do that yet, but I'm just looking at that run for John Part. It was not far off, actually. It was this month, 10 years ago, that he won that UK Masters title, as it was called, on the Euro Tour. But the run,
42.
Kim Hybrex he beat, who in 2013 was some player. Gary Anderson, who I'm sure took that defeat well. Mensa
45.
Suljevic.
Wowzers.
Simon Whitlock, who, of course, at the time would have been the reigning European champion.
Yep.
Adrian Lewis, who at the time would have been the reigning world champion.
Yep.
100.
Then in the final, bizarrely, Stuart Kellett.
Well, when you go through a field like that, you're the one knocking out all the seeds. So that it doesn't surprise me you get a random one. Kellett beat Hamilton in the semi. He had a bit of a run as well, didn't he, Kellett?
Yeah, he'd beaten Thornton, Hamilton,
78.
Colin Lloyd, who we mentioned
Wow.
earlier, and Peter Wright.
What a run by those two to reach the
100.
final.
Yeah, Henry's got his own feature. I think we'll make that mine. I want my own graphic production team.
On
Mine will
this
be
day.
Murphy's Memories on this
Yes.
starting day.
That's got to happen.
100. William, you require 144.
It kind of secures your position a little bit more, doesn't it, once your face is on a graphic? You've got Aces Acker. Henry's got his tungsten teaser every Tuesday,
78.
I believe.
And Henry's highlights. Not fair that he's got two. Durrant's Dilemma.
30.
Actually, it wouldn't be a bad
William
shout, would it? For
requires
someone who wants to do a bit of
66.
coaching, send a question in and
Yeah,
get Glenn to be the agony uncle.
like it.
Game shot on the fourth
like
leg.
that too.
William Borland.
Beautiful finish. And that's 3 legs on the spin for Willie Borland.
Fifth leg, John.
We'll do on this day during the next
Game on.
match.
Okay,
For
I do
those
like that.
who want to reminisce. And certainly fitting with the likes of John Part in this group. A man who's got many,
81.
many memories in this sport. First ever winner, of course, at the Ali Pali. World Championship winner, that is, of
93.
course. There were tournaments held there yesteryear, including that News of the World.
Yep.
96.
We were talking about the Players' Championship event
100.
yesterday. It's a Euro Tour qualifiers we'll keep an eye on today, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, congratulations to Gary Anderson picking up his first title in 3 years, which seems remarkable.
58.
But my goodness, didn't he play well? Didn't he
Yeah.
deserve it?
But to have that ability to just turn it on, as he's done a couple of times in his career when he needs to.
126.
Well, a few years ago, it very much felt like he was beginning to wind down with the investment in the fishing lakes and, of course, his decision 7 years ago to not play in Euro Tours.
26.
And very much did feel like, are we beginning to see the wind down? But someone stirred up the hornet's nest and
58.
he's back with a vengeance.
Yeah.
A runner-up last week, wasn't it, in a Pro Tour, and a win this week.
Yeah, and interestingly, I mean, his little practice partner, Ryan Searles, made 3 finals as well. So between them,
59.
5
William Require
finals in 8 events.
124.
Yeah, that's not a bad return.
Get yourself round there, mate.
Yeah. Well, I have been invited, but the way they're playing at the minute, I think I'll end up chalking all
60.
night. But yeah, I am planning to pop round.
Well, Borland is planning to pop in this 64 finish and get rid of John Part very quickly, and it might be
58. William requires
a
64.
significant win because it'll put a big bridge between himself and the Canadian.
Game shot.
he's done it,
and a match,
4-1.
William Borland.
Affirmative, authoritative win for Big Willie in the opening match of the morning. It sees him move to the top of the table, the first to reach the 8-point mark. Neither player really producing anywhere near their best. We did see Part warm into the day yesterday. He'll be hoping for something similar. Willie will be hoping that is a start of things to come today. And the next thing to come today is Ciaran Teehan against Steve West. Stay tuned.
So then, our second match of the morning sees two of the players on 6 points go head-to-head. Steve West and Ciaran Teehan. West, the 4-2 winner when they met yesterday. You could tell Hightower felt it was a missed opportunity to end the day on 8 points, with both players averaging in the mid-80s. The Irishman left the stage shaking his head. Will he be able to exact revenge in this one? Steve West, of course, came into today's action top of the table on legs difference, the favourite to win Group A before a dart had been thrown. He started day one incredibly well. His standard dropped in games 3 and 4 before recomposing to get 2 points from this meeting and end the day on 6 points. Away from the Super Series, these two had met before, twice in 2020, West coming out on top in a qualifying event before Teehan tasted victory in a Players' Championship meeting in Coventry. So, to see whether it'll be repeat or revenge in the Super Series head-to-head between these two, let's hand back to our commentary team.
Thank you, Abby. And as promised, a little delve down memory lane on this day in darts. 13 years ago, Steve West was actually involved in a quite significant match. He played in the Mariflex Open men's final, lost it to John Henderson, a man, of course, who we saw at the Super Series very recently. And he went on to win a challenge tour, didn't he, John Henderson? And that one of many little moments on this day. I'll be honest, not a tournament I'm over familiar with, but I believe it was a pretty big one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was. Yeah, across the water, it was a big event. All the top players. It was one of the big ranked BDO events of its time.
There also wins
First leg, Ciaran to
on
the
PDC Pro Tour events for Phil Taylor.
Shock.
Gary Anderson still doing it then.
140.
And a man that you know a lot more than me about, Mark Robinson, beat Mark Durbridge in a final in 2004.
Yeah, Jumbo, good player.
123.
I mentioned the Challenge Tour just now, Henderson winning recently. Well, Kirk Shepherd won a Challenge Tour event on this day in 2015 as well. That was particularly relevant with John Part in the field.
140.
The man, of course, who beat him to win the world title. Does he remain the most surprising World Championship finalist of the PDC era for you?
Yeah, by a long, long way.
58.
Ever, really, in either BDO or PDC.
I don't think he's playing much darts. He's the type of player that we
85.
might get asked about whether he'd play here or not.
Probably with the exclusion of John Part himself back in '94, because he was an absolute unknown.
Yeah, and hadn't been playing that long.
94.
I heard a really
Here you
interesting
are,
interview with John
146.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dan Dawson, and he basically said that he'd been watching darts on TV, put up a board in his house and started practicing, and he had no idea how he would be once he actually played
70.
other people, but certainly got that competitive edge about him, hasn't he?
Yeah, pretty much everyone else that made a final I can think of had some kind of credentials. Deller was already
78.
winning things
Here requires 66.
before winning in '83.
Yeah, Rob Cross had a good season.
Yeah.
Teehan for tops.
26. Steve, you require
No start for Steve West in this
148.
leg, but he did take out a few supersized finishes yesterday.
Kirsten Klassen were already winning things in the BDO system.
60.
Beaten
Here you
already
require 40.
an established player.
Well, he should be able to use that, and he does
In
use
the
it.
first leg,
Teehan
Ciaran
takes the lead.
Teehan.
Yeah, tidy little 17-dart hold. Steve won this one after having a little bit of
Like
a
Steve
wobble
to
in the
throw
middle
first.
games yesterday. He
Game
won
on.
it 4-2 with a 84 average.
60.
And averaging nearly 86 in defeat. Was against the darts. Has the darts today.
$40.
Yeah, the first of 2 Euro Tour qualifiers get underway today. I think 11 a.m. our time.
140.
Yeah, we will keep you updated. And do get in touch with us as well at MSS Darts, as you can see there on social media. You can get me
95.
at Chris Murphy 180 on Twitter. Did have some correspondence, Mace, from Will, who's asked if you're playing in the Super Series at any point this time around.
Not in this series, but
140.
possibly going to squeeze a week into the next one. I'm just waiting on confirmation if they're going to
100. Steve, you require 100.
do another week of... I don't like to use the word where it's concerned with me, but another Legends week.
83.
Well, I think if you, whether you regard yourself as such or not, if you win the Legends week, then you de facto become a legend.
Oh,
don't you?
yeah, there you go.
37.
Checks
Steve,
in the
you require
post, Murph.
78.
It's a bit like Richie Howson at the Champion of Champions because
Yeah.
of what he's done at the seniors. Not a household name, really, but because of what he's done, there he is.
18.
That wasn't
Well,
there
he's
for Steve West.
Dominating the seniors tour, isn't he?
Check. 46. Kieran, you require 129.
West doing the right thing there, just leaving his darts in, allowing the referee, Danny
Yeah,
McNamara, to...
Good tip for you there at home.
77.
But
Steve,
the
you
evidence
require
is still there.
32.
It can be corrected, can't it?
Yeah. You take them out and then it becomes a
In
little
front of the second
ambiguous.
leg, Steve West. Third leg, Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
I will run through a couple of significant draws in Euro Tour qualifier number 7. Gary Anderson against Jacques Labrat. Bunty against Menzies
41.
looks interesting. Burnett against Burton.
$82.
Which European tour is that for, does it say? Number 7.
97.
I'll tell you now, mate. Caught me on the op there.
I might be on it, to be honest.
Yeah, you were working on it.
44.
I
think Gary Anderson's qualified for the... Did he qualify for the Dutch one, which we're working on together?
Yeah.
60.
So this is for the one in Belgium. And the other one, qualifier this afternoon, Euro Tour 8 qualifier, is the Czech Darts Open.
Actually, I won neither, so... I've
99.
got an excuse for not knowing.
That's why you didn't know.
Steve West's not going to take a chunk out of this, meaning
99.
Ciaran Teehan will have 6 starts from 151.
James Wade against Merv King. That's a blast from the past.
You know, that famous Masters final, of course.
Yeah.
Well, that's another one maybe to have
43.
one day, wasn't it? Greatest darting comebacks.
Yeah. I might get on that one.
100. Here you
Monk
require
against Ross Smith,
108.
another one to keep an eye on.
$88.
Well, that's an interesting...
Here you require 104.
One for what we've been talking about for finishers, for amateur players. We'll come back to it because Steve West could take this out.
No.
Taking
No
out
score.
what Ciaran Teehan wanted, 108.
Here you require
I
20.
wonder if he was looking at the 108 beforehand.
I was just about to criticise the way Ciaran Teehan took out tried to take out 108, but I think I can criticise Steve West for taking it out. Wow.
I can assure you, he had a glance at
Game shot on the third leg.
Teehan's score.
I was having a little laugh, Teehan. Just shows him some respect. Yeah, I mean, the original criticism, though irrelevant now, was that
Fourth leg.
Teehan went downstairs on the 108. Legitimate
on.
shot, but he hit a big 3. And in doing that, it meant he couldn't finish, whereas a lot of players go the 18s, like Steve West just did, albeit for the wrong checkout.
Well, if you
miss either side.
Yeah, if you miss either side, one leaves 107.57 ball. If you pull it and go into the 4, it leaves 104.54 ball.
32.
Where if you go for the 19s, you're okay if you push and you go the 7, you're on 101. But as we
60.
saw from Teehan, if you end up in the 3, you're snookered.
West had 104 left, so when he hit 14, it was back to double 18 he should have been going for, but he'd miscounted from the beginning.
60.
Well, he'd not miscounted, had he, as May said, he'd looked at the wrong score. Probably a little bit easier to do here as well. It's something that, you know, we haven't really touched on before. I'm amazed we haven't touched on everything, the amount of time we spent in this room, but both scores are on the same screen next to each other, whereas on a big stage you've got your own marker, your own
side.
Yeah.
99.
And we've got an incredible bit of software, which I think is just mirrored on the stage, where all the
180.
all the data is inputted in it. It's sort of mirrored on the stage as almost like a big chalkboard, isn't it?
59. Steve require 106.
But yeah, they're on a massive monitor to the left of the players, and it's actually easy to
58.
get a little confused sometimes.
Well, particularly as you're playing usually 3 times on one side of it and twice on the other side.
Yes.
So
yeah, you get used to seeing your name on one side. And again, it's those little
Steve
things
require
when you
48.
come here for the first time, you got to get used to.
right, this time it is top, Steve. Now 10s.
34.
Well, I can assure you he hasn't miscounted or looked at the wrong score then. That's just a terrible dart. Went flying out of his hand.
68.
It's a little bit dejected,
Steve
but he'll
require
be
14.
feeling a bit more relieved if this double 7 goes in and he squares up the match. And it's not a bad guide, and he's a good grouper, but that is not good.
10. Ciaran, you require
With
139.
an outside chance for Teehan, 139. Having good old stare down of it before he goes for it, and it's on. Treble 14. double top.
99.
What a steal that would have been.
Steve, you require 4.
Now he can't afford to miss, and he
Game
doesn't.
shot of the 4th leg, Steve West.
You have a level game, real busy. Well, the dart schedule is busy, full stop. But this week, of course, they say it's Euro Tour qualifiers today.
Game on.
It's the Premier League in Newcastle this Thursday night, and then it's
60.
Euro Tour 2 in the Ostermann Arena in Leverkusen this weekend.
100.
And then next Thursday, Premier League is in Mercedes-Benz Arena in Berlin. And then it's
140.
Dev Tour weekend. And the Euro Tour goes to Risa.
83.
You on that one, mate?
I am, yeah, yeah. Safer just to stick with us at the MODUS Super Series. Reliable will be on 6 days a week, 50 weeks a year.
104 matches a week,
96.
9:30 every morning.
And you'll see different players every week. Just a real good blend as well, I think. This group an example of
100.
Yeah, it takes some doing to try and get that blend by the organisers who
96.
pick our lineups.
A lot of people
94.
ask how they can
Ciaran
qualify.
Teehan,
Well, there is a
109.
qualification route. It has been for some time now. The ADC. Check out events in your local area. Again, struggling with the switch there,
27.
finding the 3 when
Require
coming down,
124.
opening the door for West. 14 segment. Double 11.
Game shot of the
Absolutely
5th leg,
beautiful.
Steve West.
Yeah, that was a stunning finish. He just never looked like he was gonna miss from start to finish in that combination.
6 leg Steve
The
to
perfect time
Rovers.
to break throw.
Game on.
Yeah, he will now throw for the match. A match he will probably feel he could have already won, because he did take out what he thought was a match-winning checkout. We think he looked at the wrong score. That's our assessment of it, of course.
Well, it's too much of a coincidence. That's exactly what Ciaran Teehan was on, the 108.
We should point out that the screen to the side of the stage does have their
133.
name on it. So
And the referee said, Steve, you require
yeah,
104.
yeah, we're not making excuses for Steve. We're just saying what we think
59.
happened.
Yeah.
His next match is against John Part, of course, who beat him yesterday. Before that, Tony Wood plays Adam Hunt, who has been the market mover after that barrage
94.
of maximums. Well, not just maximums, 3 treble visits.
Yeah, he's 8-15 to defeat
98.
Tony Wood, who's 11-8. When they did clash yesterday, it was Adam who was a convincing winner. 4-1, and not for the first time, 3 180s in the match.
Yeah, that seemed to
40.
be his modus operandi yesterday.
It's a huge element of his success yesterday was the power scoring. In fact, the matches he lost, just down to doubling. We'll have a deeper delve into that in the next match when he does face Tony Wood.
121.
That match could be coming
Steve requires 76.
very, very soon. Steve West for the match, 76. And tops. And
Game
in.
shot and,
and
the
over.
match, Steve
And
West.
Steve West overcomes his little brain freeze earlier on to pick up the points against Ciaran Teehan and take himself back to the top of the table. 4-2 success, 40% checkout success, including that fabulous 1-2-4 finish. And Steve West in a strong position, joining Willie Borland on 8 points. Adam Hunt looking to do the same when he takes on Tony Wood after the break.
Win so far this morning for Willie Borland and Steve West. Adam Hunt against Tony Wood completes our first round of fixtures this morning. Hunt the 4-1 winner yesterday thanks to his most clinical display on the outer ring. An aspect of his game he struggled with for much of yesterday's play, but he was 4 out of 9 on the doubles in this one, looking far more assured with 3 180s in there as well to take his maximum count for the day to 13, and he ended the day as one of the 4 players on 6 points, arguably the happiest player to do so given his woes at the back end of legs. Can he start day 2 as he ended day 1 with a convincing showing on the doubles, or can Wood join Hunt on 6 points with a 3rd win of the week? Let's find out, shall we? Chaps, back to you in comms.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, good point about Adam Hunt cleaning up his doubling in that match against Tony Wood, and if he carries that on, then he will certainly live up to his billing as new favourite to win this group. Thanks largely to those 13 180s. Add a couple of 177s to the mix as well, and you've got a maximum machine in Adam Hunt, who's looking to do what we've just seen Steve West and Willie Borland do and move on to 8 points.
Yeah, just breaking down his performances yesterday. He lost to Teehan in his second game, but hit 2 180s and 2 177s in that match, but missed 10 darts at a double. Then next time out, hit 3 180s in a 4-3 win over John Parr. Then next time out, a 4-3 win over Steve West, where he hit a further 3 180s and a 177. And then his next match against Willie Borland, 2 180s and a 177. And then in his final match, hit 3.
I thought he was just going to perfectly end up that analysis by hitting a 180 there when he put his first dart in the treble 20, but not to be.
Yeah, so he hit 15 of the 31 180s hit yesterday. Stunning.
100.
It won't be long before we see a 180 or maybe a 177, I'm sure, from Adam Hunt in this game. Tony Wood, though, he was kind of hot and cold, wasn't he? He had one absolutely standout performance. He was fantastic in his win against Willie Borland, 97.92 average, 4 out of 6 on the doubles, including a 144 checkout. That one of 10 scores of more than 140.
Yeah, he was... like you say, when I was up with Abby, I said everybody sort of had their moment in the sun yesterday. So there was positives for everybody to take into today.
I must say, I did prefer yesterday's shirt, Tony.
$42.
Must remind my grandma to change her curtains.
I don't think I can comment.
55.
You do wear some floral numbers on TV from time to time, don't you? But not when you're playing darts.
No. Or when I'm going down
100.
the top.
Actually, we were talking about Gary Anderson earlier. He had a spell, didn't he? Of
foul fashion, wasn't
jazzy
it?
shirts, yeah.
I like them.
60.
They're worth a few quid nowadays, those.
99.
Well, this would be worth a leg for Tony Wood. It's 10 or a 6.
Ooh, big target, and only just found the 10.
67.
Bit of advice there. Go for the wire that splits the 6 and the 10. It gives you a big target. The 6 leaving 36, the 10 leaving 32. 70 left.
94.
Wood returns.
20
double 16.
32. Game shot of the first leg. Tony
delivers
Wood
to take the lead in this northeast battle.
Second leg, Adam to throw first.
It was a fairly sedate start to the session yesterday, and they're following suit. The highest average
41.
in the opening session yesterday was, or the opening cycle of games, was Steve West 84.91, Ciaran Teehan 84.88. Tony Wood, 81.24, and then it really picked up in the second cycle.
95.
Adam Hunt from Chesterley Street in County Durham.
93.
Famous hometown of former England football captain Brian Robson.
Isn't that where the cricket ground is as well?
Yeah, very possibly.
66.
Must admit, I'm not a big cricket connoisseur myself.
180.
Several arguments as Adam Hunt fires in his first of umpteen 180s today. Several arguments with people who love cricket but claim that darts is not a sport. We don't stop for sandwiches.
81.
Wish we did.
Well, have sandwiches at the end of the night. That used to be the best bit about playing league darts. You go to some pubs and they come out with sausage and chips and have a chip butty.
Yeah, my local landlord, the team I used to play for, back when I was, well, rubbish, but not as rubbish as I am now. He was a
59.
Lancastrian fellow. He used to
66.
do pie sandwiches.
Ooh.
Hunt looking for a piece of the pie here, double six.
60.
Oh, they were both on the wire. It was for an 11 dart. No, it wasn't. It was for a 14 and a 15.
140.
Yeah, I don't mind the 2020 cricket. My concentration can just about last for that long. And the Ashes are coming up this year, aren't they?
Tony requires 60.
Yeah,
If it doesn't rain.
True, yeah, absolutely true. And Tony Wood looking to punish Adam Hunt for starting the same way today as he started yesterday, which is missing doubles.
40.
And he missed
Adam requires 6.
10 doubles in defeat to Teehan yesterday, and he's already missed half of that amount already.
Second leg, Adam Hunt.
He's now 1 from 6. But more importantly, avoids trailing 2-zip.
Third leg, Tony to throw first. Game on.
Just had a nice little bit of info from a source that I will name in a moment, but listen to this for a little statistic. I wish I could just take credit for it myself.
100.
But Adam Hunt's mum used to go to school with Brian Robson.
Wowzers.
Yeah, thanks, Scott, for getting in touch. That's Adam's brother.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing.
And of course, he'll have
26.
2 hats on watching this match, won't he? Adam's brother and, of course, head of global operations for the ADC, which Tony Wood is representing this week.
Wish I had a job that had some kind of title like that.
123.
Instead of being that fella that does the comms.
Yeah, well, we can have a word with the powers that be, see if we can all come up with
100.
our own individual job titles.
I know what mine would be, and it can't be repeated.
Abby, head of presentation.
60.
I can be.
Well, you're one of the well, we both multitask. We both presented, and
then we've got a Henry.
59. Tony require 152.
Morning, H, if you're watching.
oh, you'll be watching.
152 then for Tony Wood. 142 for Adam Hunt.
60. Adam, you require 142. 93.
Been offered a bit of cake
20
from our
required,
production team,
92.
left over from the birthday party Saturday night. If I'd have known, I wouldn't have eaten that breakfast baguette this morning.
Not quite got stuck into my appetizing
52.
looking yogurt and
Adam, you require 49.
bottle of orange juice yet.
Look at Adam Hunt make this look a piece of cake.
Game shown on the third leg.
does.
Adam Hunt.
Good guide, good use of it, and Adam Hunt has turned this match on its head.
Yeah, break a throw there.
Fourth leg Adam to throw
As
first.
the darts to
Game
turn
on.
2-1 into 3-1.
57. 100.
It'd be worth at some point opening the door to behind the scenes here at the Super Series. Speaking of job roles, worth letting the viewers know exactly what goes into
100.
producing a darts broadcast.
Yeah.
It involves,
Starting with the referee.
yeah, obviously the players, and then you hear us, you see Abby and hear her, but in the production gallery, you've got a scalper who
80.
inputs the scores where the darts have gone, and that translates to the graphic you see in the bottom corner of your screen there. You've got a spotter who will direct the director as to where
40.
the darts are going to go.
Potentially.
Yeah, it seems like we've got a good one today. No, it's one of the toughest jobs I've had to go at. It's really tough.
Yes, horrendous.
Plenty of respect for
41.
that. Director, camera operator, we've got sound, lighting.
Yeah, the production suite is 1, 2,
85.
3, 4. Is there 5 or 6 people in there?
Yeah, and that's before you even get to the point of, you know, all the extra stuff like social media that these days has to accompany a broadcast. A lot more goes into it than just
57.
the easy bit, really, of me and Mace sat here.
Well, it was interesting to hear John Park say yesterday about when you get venues that are actually purpose-built.
140.
And this very much was. This was literally the building was gutted, and of course everything had to be soundproofed.
95.
The only
Adam,
thing the
requires
players
79.
can hear is the referee. Apart from on a Saturday night, of course, when we open the doors, you can join us every
39.
Saturday night
20 require
here at the Super Series. It's
128.
finals night. It's completely free of charge. Head over to dartshop.tv. Reserve your ticket. Pick it up on the door at 6:30. Action gets underway at 7:30, and it's a real unique experience.
Yeah, don't be scared to get in
92. Adam, you
a
require
bit earlier than
40.
play. Have a drink, may even bump into some of the
He's
players.
on the fourth leg,
even like
Adam
the Mason
Hunt.
myself.
Yeah, we're always mulling around. I have to decline the drink offer, though, Murph, unfortunately.
Fifth leg, Tony to throw first.
Yeah, just have the
Game
money
on.
instead, thanks. Adam Hunt, 3-1 up in this one. And he's been on the money, hasn't he? Since a slightly shaky start on the doubling, he's really put that right. I think he actually was 0 from 5, wasn't he? So now
60.
3 out of 4 since then, and the one that he missed was a marker anyway.
$140.
Example of that improved finishing.
But it's that 33.33% mark, a third, and that seems to
58.
be the,
Bottom line.
yeah, when you look at all the all-time stats from players, that's about where they bottom out, isn't it, when they've played hundreds of matches here at the Super Series.
Yeah, when you...
40.
Well, that's actually the combined finishing stats, isn't it? Of
Yeah, absolutely.
coming up next. Big game for Steve West.
60.
takes on John Part, an opportunity for Westy to pull clear once again at the top. Feels like it's going to go back and forth today. So Tuesday is normally where someone begins to try and take control of this group.
Yeah, the danger is that for Tony Wood and John Part that they get cut adrift, and already halfway through the day are thinking about Group C. Wood determined for that not to happen in hitting the maximum, the week's 34th.
41. Tony require 143.
He's got a bit of time here. 6 starts if he needs them. 51 for 32.
$87.
Mentioned it is a northeast battle. Tony from Gateshead.
123. Tony require 56.
Weir.
Double 10. A match saver.
36. Adam, you require 57.
And this continued improved finishing, get him over the line 4-1. 1 to tops, 2 in hand. Resets. That's a great guide.
Game
and
shot,
he follows it.
Adam
and
Hunt.
Adam Hunt makes a winning start to the day, as did Steve West and Willie Borland. The averages there are 79.99. Just the 180 apiece. 4 out of 11 on the doubles. He'll be a lot happier with that, considering how he started yesterday in that department. For the table, 3 now on 8. We had 3 on 6, of course, well, 4 on 6. We now have 3 on 8. Steve West, Adam Hunt, and Willie Borland. Up next, Steve West faces John Part.
John Part and Steve West next to do battle in Group A. Two players who know each other very well indeed. They've previously practiced together and, of course, both here watching finals night together on Saturday night. They'll both be hoping to be involved in finals night themselves this weekend, of course. A reminder that you can be here too. Just visit dartshop.tv to book your free tickets. As you can see, when we look at the league table, it's Steve West who sits top of the crop with 6 games played, one of 3 players on 8 points, but he can be the first to move into double figures if he can get the better of Part in this one, a win that would make it even more likely that we'll be seeing the Canadian 3-time world champion in Group C action on Thursday and Friday. Part's win on the opening day came in this particular fixture, a 4-2 success as he put in his best performance of the day against West, who put in his worst. 20 points between the two averages yesterday. Chris Mason and Murphy, back to you to guide us through this one.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, fascinating tie here. And almost, well, I echo what Murph said. It's a must-win for Part at this stage because he's going to separate himself from the field. He's now 6 adrift of Steve West, Adam Hunt and Willie Borland. You want to try and cut that to 4. These two met yesterday, Murph.
Well, you mentioned every player had their moment in the sun, and this was his, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And his best averages of the day, he won 4-2. He had a 91 average, a 180, 40% on the doubles.
Plenty of camaraderie between the pair before the referee
Steve to
calls game on.
Yeah, they used to spend a fair bit of time together when they were both on the tour at the same time.
Yeah, he actually came here on Saturday night, John Part, and he mentioned Steve West in an interview that he gave, looking forward to playing his old pal. He was actually here with an old pal as well. He was in the corner of Matt Clark, who he also used to knock around with years ago. It looks like he quite enjoys playing Steve West.
I wonder if it's that familiarity thing.
60.
Perfect start for Part.
$59. 83.
We'll look at 18s at some point in this visit, although won't worry about that now after a wayward one.
41.
We mentioned yesterday they played each other twice in official competition.
140.
2014 and 2015. 2014. It was Steve West who won their clash 6-3, and then a year later in a World Series qualifier, JP got a bit of revenge, winning 6-1. He's got bragging rights at the minute over 91. Steve West, having beaten him yesterday.
Yeah, it was a great display by Part of that one. It was a great start in this one, but it's all gone horribly wrong in this opening leg. Maximum followed by 59, 41,
60,
42, and then a 60.
86.
74, 42 for 32, gets the 42.
54.
Almost a perfect recovery.
119.
Right, 119, John. Don't start on the bullseye. That's what he did at the World Seniors and ended up busting his score, taking out 129 instead. It was Steve West who took out the wrong score in the first match of the day.
Won't get this wrong. It was off.
No score. John requires 76.
Can Part pick his pocket? Good start, good darts.
Game shot of the first leg.
Typical John Part.
Yeah, back in the day, at his absolute best. If you made a mistake against him,
Second leg,
he
John
made you
to
pay,
throw
and that
first.
used to
Game
add
on.
its own pressure. You sort of used to feel him breathing down your neck. You used to think, please don't miss.
85. 55.
Honest, reflective John Part. When
96.
I had a chat with him on Saturday. Said he doesn't know what to expect from himself, really. Played at the World Seniors Championship recently, beat Coast Stompy
140.
by 3-2 before losing out to Daryl Fitton in a competitive match, also 3-2. And when you consider that Fitton did make finals night last week, then there is hope for John Part to be in the show on Saturday.
92.
Well, Darrell himself had a fairly slow start before he got. He found some great form in the end.
59.
Part just seems to have the knack here against Steve West. He's in a good position to double his lead.
Scratch of the head from Steve.
38.
And we did mention yesterday Steve West is waiting for a hip operation and seemed to struggle more as the day went on. So if he starts to falter early today, that would be a worry for West.
60.
Yeah.
$140. 133. John, you require 50.
Just taps John on the shoulder.
$34.
Didn't
Steve, you
expect
require
him to miss there.
54.
14 for tops. For the break back.
14.
Oh,
John,
his
you require
doubling
16.
has been disastrous. He's none from 6.
And you could probably hear the slap on the thigh in annoyance there from Steve West. Double 4 for Part to double his lead.
Game shot of the
Mix
second
it
leg,
in.
John Part.
It maybe just starts to put him back in the picture. Look, it's a long way now to
Third leg, Steve to
the top
throw
3,
first.
but in
Game on.
taking 2 points in this match, he's stopping Steve West getting 2 more. Adam Hunt and Willie Borland play each other
100.
next, so one of those is going to go to 10. So you would think that even now you'd be looking at John Part winning all his remaining matches today to be in the hunt, a minimum of 3.
Yeah.
42.
And it actually might be dependent on who he wins them against. And he's already played Borland, but if he takes points off, say, Teehan, West and Hunt, then, well, he'll be in the hunt, won't he?
Certainly in the mix. Certainly in the
43.
conversation.
Usually we do get some kind of clear split after a Tuesday, whether it's split between the top 4 and the bottom 2, right down the middle, maybe 2 get away from 4.
Yeah, there's always some form of separation, isn't there?
140.
Apart from that week, a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it, when the split was 5-1, wasn't it? Loads of players on 16 points with 3 games to spare.
Yeah.
5 players and then 1 on 0.
84.
Yes, that's right.
$58.
That was the week that Mike Warburton won. He is one of the Super 6 already through to Champions Week. John Worsley, Scott Taylor, Matt Clark, of course, Owen Bates, and Yella Clarkson have all
83.
booked
Steve
their
Require
spots
160.
at Champions Week. Half the field filled.
60. John, you require 158.
Another Unlucky, he had a lot of space to the right of that.
84.
Yeah, very unlucky.
Steve, you
Not to have
require
landed in. It
100.
was squeezing the wire. Oh dear.
44.
Final dart
John, you
was
require 74.
thrown in disgust. I'd be disgusted if this lands. 13 and bolt.
$39. Steve, require 56.
Well, 0 from 6. And he only gets 1.
That's 16 again, isn't it,
21.
Murph?
Yeah, he troubled there yesterday,
John, you
didn't he? It
require
was like a
35.
force field around that target. I know he's very much a tops merchant, but maybe having missed so much at a particular segment, he might start thinking about a big 20 just to get a go at a double.
3. Steve, you require
Right,
35.
so we had a West wobble middle games yesterday.
Game shot of the third leg, Steve West.
Somehow, Maggie looked unlikely to win. He's gone on
Fourth
to
leg,
pinch.
John to throw first.
John will be
Game on.
ruining those missed opportunities for 3-0 and just that little bit of breathing space.
He's giving him chances as well. He's now
99.
missed 6 starts at double himself, John Part. Next round
100.
of fixtures, this is the first of them. Will be followed by Willie Borland and Adam Hunt. Ciaran Teehan against Tony Wood.
$95.
So Steve West knows, because of Hunt and Borland playing each other, that he has to win this match to be the leader after this
59.
round. If he doesn't, then it'll be Hunt or Borland on 10 points.
$45. $98. $98.
Thinking there, John Part.
$60.
Yeah,
John,
just
you
a
require
little tight on the
164.
opening dart, and that's causing it to fall short and block the target.
64.
Could be a key little exchange coming up here, but West needs to put himself in a decent
82.
position. He's
John,
managed
you
to bail
require
himself out of the
100.
last start, but it's a 3-darter rather than the 2 that Part is going for here. Tops.
60. Steve, you require 102.
We may need to produce something this kind of quality to get him back in the match, because
John, you
Part has
require
3 clear.
40.
The 3-1.
Game shot of the
Second
fourth
dart that
leg,
snuck
John
right
Barnes.
in the bottom corner of a double for John Part.
Messi would be happy with that bottom corner.
Fifth leg, Steve to throw first.
This weekend,
Game on.
of course, it's the World Seniors Champions of Champions in Viva Blackpool.
83.
Saturday and Sunday afternoon, both sessions starting at midday. You're going to be there, Murph?
Yeah, looking forward to that. 8 players. Golden ticket qualifier on Friday, of
58.
course.
Yes, last chance to enter that qualifier over the next 24 hours or so. Head over to WSDT.com,
134.
World Seniors Dart Tour, for all the qualifying information. If you want tickets, dartshop.tv or Aviva Blackpool Direct.
83.
Yeah, the winner of that golden ticket. Playing Phil Taylor on stage, on TV the following day.
I remember
100.
playing in qualifiers to get the right to meet Taylor. It was like waiting to go to the electric chair.
Well, actually, this time
100.
around, I heard Glenn Durrant, who's going to be there as well, and he made an interesting point that he felt that the golden ticket winner was probably a difficult draw for Taylor because
Yeah, well, because it's only one qualifying place and it's a big field of real quality players. That, yeah, it's going to be tough because the confidence they will get just from coming through that on the Friday and then going straight into a match against Taylor.
45.
yeah,
Steve,
yeah. We should clarify
50.
actually, it is an actual darts tournament. You don't just go there and draw out of a hat and see who gets the golden ticket.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
But that's a golden
Steve
dart
West.
from Steve West in tops to keep himself in the match, but Part now has the darts to win the match.
Yeah, all the players on the
6th leg John to
World
throw
Seniors
first.
Darts
Game
Tour
on.
will be competing on Friday.
Yeah, John Part has taken part in a few of the televised events so far.
59.
I know that a lot of the players on tour do really support it and go to all of the qualifying events, and many of them will be at that golden ticket qualifier. And it's
70.
difficult sometimes to not have many places available, but it's something that is increasing all the time, and I'm sure that all the players understand that in order to get the attraction from the TV audience, there's the names like Taylor, Part, etc.
98.
Yeah,
will draw that.
I just feel at some point to reward that loyalty and commitment,
121.
the event should be more based on the ranking rather than an invitation, and that's coming for a player who was very humbled to receive an invitation. But
24.
Yeah, but I think there were more places.
yes,
available
oh
for
yeah,
the
it's going.
ranking from the
Oh,
Worlds.
absolutely, it's going in the right direction for sure.
And the players know that if they did that from the start, then they probably
125.
wouldn't have had the same response that
No,
it's got.
no, you need the faces and the names.
And look, a lot of them will naturally drop away anyway, as we've already seen. John Lowe only played one
45.
season, didn't he? We'll
Yeah,
probably see a few more decide that they've had their nice swan song and will take more of a back seat.
it was great to see
137.
John still involved on a ambassadorial role. He was up doing the Q&A with myself up in the VIP
41.
area at the
Steve, you require
Circus
48.
Tavern, reminiscing over some great stories.
With Steve West still involved in this match.
8.
At least for a little longer, but can't afford to keep missing doubles. John Part will try and leave some kind of finish from here. Probably goes bull with the last dart.
44. Steve, you require 40.
So tops to take us to a decider for the first time today. Double 10.
Game shot on
And
the
it
6th
goes.
leg.
Steve West will now have the darts to win a match that would see him pull clear at the top of the table.
7th and final leg. Steve to throw first. Game on.
Just having a quick look over the
90.
potential list of people in those qualifiers. Terry Jenkins, Leonard Gates, Tony O'Shea, Dave Prince, Colin McGarry.
125.
Potentially Lisa Ashton, Mike Huntley, Darren Johnson, Darryl Fitton, Andy Jenkins, Jim McEwen, Dennis Harbour,
34.
Mark Durbridge, Neil Duff, Wayne Jones, Paul Hogan, Ronnie Baxter. I mean, they're all going to be entering the qualifier, I would have thought. Scott Mitchell, he's my pick.
43.
Only one can win.
Yeah, I think it will be Alan Norris. He's another one. He's been playing some good stuff lately. He was brilliant down here,
Well, I was
wasn't
going
he?
to say, for many of them,
59.
we've got a little bit of something to go on because they've been here recently. What we do know is that Messrs Part and Mason won't be there because they will still be here come Friday.
29.
Mason in the box, Part on the stage. I think it's already looking likely that he will be playing on Friday, whether it be in the evening or the morning.
44.
He's going to be 8 points off the top if Steve West wins this leg.
Right now, the most likely scenario.
121.
He goes into Group C.
$60.
This will be a welcome win for West because he struggled through this match.
Well, he's not played well when you reflect on his performances yesterday in it.
He might not win yet.
Hello. Bit premature that, Murph.
Yeah.
We were writing him off into Group C.
Well, part of his best,
Wow.
best 2 scoring visits have been his very first of the match and what might be his very last of the match.
70.
He hit a 180 to open this game, and then there was a load of dodgy stuff in between, and then he produces that stunning 159 setup to leave double 12. He's missed that double 7 to win.
$10. Steve, you require 36.
West breathes again. That was old school John Parr, almost picking the pocket and might still get the chance.
27.
And does get the chance.
John, you require 14.
Is he gonna? No, looks like he's straight at it. Wow, just on the inside wire. Double 2. 2s never lose.
No score. Steve, you require 9.
Well, nothing feels certain at the moment. 1. Double 4 to make certain. No.
1. John, you require 14.
Another chance for JP.
No
Oh
score.
dear, oh dear.
Steve, you require 8.
Well, after that brilliant setup shot, he's missed 6 match darts.
Game shot
And
and a
Steve
match.
West
Steve
has
West.
finally fallen over the line, winning 4-3. Not the prettiest performance from either player, but West will not care a jot. He wins. Look at that double percentage. Both players will want to tidy that up, that's for sure. And Steve West will not win many matches, missing 18 darts at double, but he does win that one. John Park missing 6 to win it himself. Should have had more. Of course, hit the big 19 going for double 7 with his first dart, but he falters. West wins, and West goes top of the table. The first 2 10 points will be joined by one of the next 2 players on that stage. Willie Borland facing Adam Hunt next.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And finals night gets underway from 7:30 p.m. on Saturday. You can be here to watch all the action unfold and to see the weekly winner crowned. Just visit dartshop.tv to book your free tickets. By the close of play tomorrow, of course, we will have our first player through to finals night. 2 players still in with a very good chance of qualifying via Group A. In action next, Willie Borland looking to back up his opening win of the day with his second win of the week over Adam Hunt. The Scot was a 4-2 winner in this fixture yesterday in a quality encounter, both players averaging in excess of 90. Hunt, of course, a convincing winner in his opening game of the day too, dropping just 1 leg against Wood. He had an early wobble on the doubles but finished the match strongly, ending with an average just shy of 80. The winner of this one will join West on 10 points. Who will do so? Mason Murph, over to you to find out.
Yeah, both players on the charge a little bit in this group, Adam Hunt and Willie Borland. Borland actually lost 2 of his first 3 matches in this group yesterday. And Adam Hunt lost 2 of his first 4, including defeat to Borland when they met in the penultimate game of the day. 4-2 in Willie's favour. Gave himself more chances, actually matched Adam Hunt with scoring, which nobody else really managed to do throughout Monday's play. So an opportunity for a good run to continue. It would be a 5th straight victory for Borland if he managed to add Hunt to the win over par earlier today.
Yeah, a bit of momentum. Willie Borland.
85.
Incredibly, Murph. We just picked up on something that went over my head. Some people will say not surprisingly. That was the first hold of throw we've had. Steve West defeating John Park. Opening 3 matches, all going against the darts.
99.
Well, no surprise that Adam Hunt has opened this match with a maximum.
Well, the only surprise was he only hit 1 in his opening game. He's matched that in his first visit
60.
of this one.
Yeah, tally up to 15 plus the 2 177s yesterday.
134.
Now on 17.
$100.
And that is of 36 in the group. He's a one-man maximum machine.
Adam Mirwire 161.
Well, 161. Went for the 17 first. Borland will be going for the 17 first on his shot as well, 83.
William McGuire 83.
Yeah, 51 for 32, 16 ball.
Boom. Shot of the first
straight
leg,
in the
William
middle
Borland.
of the ball. And Borland holds. This is more like it. 15
Second leg Adam
dart
to
hold.
throw first. Game on.
Despite the max.
Yeah, real pair of pacey players, aren't they?
Yeah.
100.
Again, it's all about tempo. Great saying in boxing, styles make fights. Well,
60.
tempo and rhythm make dart matches. You just got that lovely rhythm to it where you walk round, stop,
57.
stand, and then you're straight back in again.
Yeah, and for the viewer, you're always watching darts being thrown.
Yeah.
96.
One meeting outside of the Super Series. We may have mentioned it yesterday. It was a youth tour win, actually, for Adam Hunt back in 2017.
140.
Went on to win the title as well.
both these lads will be
100.
looking to use this year to rebuild. I'd be surprised if we don't see them
96.
in every series of, or each of our series
100.
of
William
Super
Require
Series this year
109.
as they prepare for Q School in January.
Yeah, Adam seems to be one of those
57.
players that's just
Adam
been
Require,
between
82.
the Challenge Tour standard and the Pro Tour standard for long parts of his still young career. That's a bit of a slip up.
39. William Require 52. Game shot of the second leg.
2-0
Borland.
and 2 out of 2 on the doubles.
Yeah, of course, Adam Hunt's got a high
Third leg,
ceiling to
William
his
to
game.
throw
Don't mean
first.
that he's not up
Game
to
on.
that standard by any stretch of the imagination. Just mean that he tended to hover around that 64th place when he was there, which is the
60.
cut-off.
Well, like the vast majority of players that don't have a tour card, it's not about their A game. They all have a, like I say, a high
81.
ceiling in terms of their A game. It's the B game that needs work. It's winning ugly.
Yeah, just to
60.
give you an indication as to how good he's been on the secondary tours. 6 titles between the Challenge and Development Tours between 2011 and 2017.
57. $58.
Probably the one player that has won multiple titles on those tours and not really gone on to elevate themselves to sort of top 32
60.
level. The other players to have won more than him, the likes of Dimitri van den Berg, Luke Humphreys.
They're doing okay.
99.
Not bad. You know, and he was beating those players when he was
Yeah.
the one I just mentioned
125.
when he beat Willie Borland, got the better of Dimitri in the semi-finals.
56.
When you think MVG himself was on those tours, as was Michael Smith.
Yeah, Van Gogh, of course, rather famously, never a world youth champion in the PDC, despite
138.
playing in 2 finals.
Yeah, I think I'm right in saying Michael Smith, the first player to win both
56. Adam Require
the
40.
Youth World title and the Senior.
But on. You had to think about this.
Game shot of the third
And
leg.
he's kind
Adam
of used
Hunt.
it as a goalpost there, didn't he? Put it between them.
More importantly, Murph, it's the break back for Adam
Fourth leg.
Hunt.
Adam to throw first. Game on.
This game 5 of 15. Next one, Teehan versus Wood.
84.
Both looking the first wins of the day.
60.
No, it's going to get very interesting then. A little spell, which we'll see Adam Hunt play Steve West. Top of the table tussle. Borland faces Wood.
45.
Borland against West. The last match of
140.
Tuesday. Could have plenty on it.
Yeah, could be fairly significant in terms of who goes into tomorrow on top of the table.
96.
Door is open here. If Willie can find something big.
43.
Probably done the right thing there after a really wayward dart to reset, refocus, step back.
40.
Okay, didn't find a treble, but wasn't far away from them.
Well, it's something we picked on that maybe Borland himself would benefit from time to time.
45.
I know he is very much a rhythm player, but just
Yeah.
sometimes just take that little bit of extra care.
Yeah, often rhythm players are also first start merchants, aren't they? Need one to follow.
43.
Bit of a scrappy spell here.
Yeah. Well, it feels like Borland's on the defensive.
99.
Hunt's playing catch-up. Well, when you're 2-1 up and you're Willie Borland, that's when you've got to really go all out.
Well, that's the third straight score in the 40s for Adam Hunt.
74. Adam, you require 150.
See no indication that this is going to go, and it won't. So Borland will be back at tops for 3-1.
55. William, you require 40.
It's 3-1. Hunt's performance is becoming scarily similar to that we just saw from John Part. A 180 in his very first visit of the match. And then not much since.
6-leg William to throw first.
So far, he's
Game on.
not really backing up the performances we saw yesterday.
96.
There's an example of that.
Yes, 6 tons there. Yesterday, you would probably convert 2 of those into maximums, another 2 into 140s.
$78.
Borland, the beneficiary.
He averaged just north of 3 180s per match yesterday.
58.
We're coming to the end of match 2. And he's 4 off of that pace.
180.
Willie Borland picking up the pace and looking to end the race. 147 remaining.
And it wasn't like Hunt hit a stack in one leg and none in another. It was
William require 147.
consistently good all day.
24.
Not sure about the choice to stay there after the 20. Hence why our spotter anticipated a switch, which I think would have been the right move.
125. William require 123.
Still has plenty in hand, but has allowed Adam the opportunity to apply some pressure. Just lost all accuracy, Adam Hunt.
59. Yep. William, you require 40.
Very wayward. Surely that's it. Ooh.
20.
Yeah, that dart was
Adam, you require 140.
Perfect, just needed to nudge against that one. Oh, another one of those for double 10. Yes, double 10.
130.
You could see Willie Borland almost visibly biting his nails in the background there, thinking, where's this come from? I know he wants the same target that he just saw Adam fail to find.
Game shot.
And he does find it. It's a win for Willie. Borland beats Hunt by 4 legs to 1. And in doing so, takes his points tally to 10. Level with Steve West, also level 1 leg difference thanks to the margin of that win as well. So Borland emerging as a key contender against who was the pre-day favourite to top this group, Adam Hunt. It's West and Borland that lead the way, and coming next, Ciaran Teehan takes on Tony Wood.
So then, two players looking for their first win of the day in this one. Teehan, the 4-2 winner over Wood when these players met yesterday in what was a really big game at the time, with the winner going top of the table. Both had their struggles on the doubles, but Teehan's superior scoring allowing him more opportunities at the end of legs to get over the line. Wood, of course, missing 5 of his 6 attempts at double in his opening game of the day, and you feel this is another big match for the ADC qualifier to prevent him from being cut adrift from the pack, chasing down top spot. A win for Teehan here, though, keeps him in touching distance of West at the top of the table. We've seen a bit of a dip in the overall level on display here today. Can either of these players put down a bit of a marker in this match? To talk you through all the ebbs and flows of this one, here's Mason Murph.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, Ciaran Teehan from Cork, 24 years of age, Challenge 2 winner, takes on the star of Northeast ADC darts, Tony Wood, something of a darting journeyman, 55 years of age, but still trying to make a name for himself. Neither man really pulled up any trees in the opening match. Ciaran Teehan going down 4-2 to Steve West. Wood beaten 4-1 by Adam Hunt. And Ciaran Teehan, well, when this pair met yesterday, he got the win, 4-2. And it was a decent match between the pair, actually. Both averaged north of 90. Teehan hammered in some big scores and gave himself more opportunities to finish. That was basically the difference in the game.
First leg, Ciaran to
Yeah, that's
throw
probably
first.
why the
Game on.
betting angle is 4-7 Teehan, 5-4 Tony Wood. And Teehan, of course, with advantage of throw. The last 2 matches have been
125.
won by the player on throw. After the opening 3 went against the darts. Gabriel Clemens, he's through in the Euro Tour
60.
qualifier to the next round, beating Rusty Jake 6-1.
96. $55.
Well, time for a little bit of Chris Mason evaluation, I think. What have we made of what we've seen from this pair so far? Any cause to make them potential winners come Saturday night?
134.
Well, Ciaran Teehan is proven, isn't he, at this level? Having won our opening week here at the Live Lounge, the
140.
all-new
146.
Super Series venue.
$130.
I mean, the obvious talent is there. It's just that you can just sometimes get a little erratic, and that really is the area that needs work.
81.
consistency.
Junior requires 16. Game shot of the first leg, Ciaran Teehan.
Takes the opening leg on throw, 1-0. That's for Tony, ADC qualifier. We've seen mixed results from those representing the
Second leg,
ADC.
Tony to
Sometimes
throw
the
first.
players who win
Game
their
on.
qualifiers are pretty well-known names anyway. I think we've had the likes of Colin Osborne here as an ADC qualifier before, but we've also had the likes of Adam Hunt and Adam Mould. Lesser-known players have gone on to win weeks.
100.
Remember, we had Adam Warner. He came
Yeah.
via the ADC, a relatively unknown quantity, and went on to win a week,
120.
reinvest that money in to Q School, and is now a tour card holder. So
Yeah,
dreams can come true.
talk about paying dividends.
Yeah, I mean, Tony is vastly experienced. I played pairs with Tony
140.
20-odd years ago.
But it's interesting, isn't it, still seeing players, and it's
54.
one of the great things about this game, and a man of 55 still pursuing his darting dream.
Well, you look at Gary Anderson in his very early 50s, but still producing darts of the
60.
absolute highest quality.
Yeah, I think the World Seniors would be a very different tournament if it was open to tour card holders as
Yeah,
well.
I don't think I'd be
45,
getting an
yeah.
invite. I don't think I'd want one.
Peter Wright, of course, world champion after the age of 50.
Yeah.
Anderson up there.
Well, Peter Wright won his first world title at 49.
Yeah, incredible.
97.
Simon Whitlock, he'd be in there. As we both run to our information devices, just have a look at the Pro Tour
Yeah,
and
dash at the order of merit.
59. Tony require 104.
Merv King.
Of course, yeah.
Steve Beaton, who's playing some wonderful darts right now.
80.
Barney, of course.
Yeah, old De Souza.
Oh, I think you're doing him a disservice there,
Oh.
mate. I'll check, though, in a moment.
Yeah, Barney, another one.
64.
Vinny,
Tony require 24.
not quite.
Double 12 here for this 55-year-old.
Game shot on the
Of course,
second
Richie
leg,
Burnett was
Tony Wood.
scheduled to be in the very first World Seniors, wasn't he? But since got a tour card.
Third leg, Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
Quite a fascinating thing when you think of all the hassles over the split and
58.
all the Tomlin order over restraint of trade, yet we're almost back there again, aren't we?
I tell you what, Mace, you weren't far off of De Souza. Next year he'd be eligible.
There you go.
49 he is.
60.
You've got one of those sort of age radars where you just look at someone, you can
I'm
tell
just
how old they are.
I'm just not always right, Murph, but I'm never wrong.
99.
Almost got that wrong.
Like the
60.
seniors, the Super Series here, we get brand new intakes of players emerging from all angles, really, because you get the players that progress from the ADC. You also get the ones that drop off the Pro Tour.
85.
Yeah, we get a great mix here. I always say it's that's why it's an absolutely brilliant tool for the players. No matter where you are in terms of your career, where you're just like Tony in your 50s and just love playing the game.
135.
Well, the big stat that vindicates that from last week's sort of anniversary celebrations was the amount of players that have got tour cards from Q School. Basically, half of the tour card holders from the last 2 years have come
Via
101.
or have played a big part in our Super Series over the last couple of years.
Well, this will be a well-timed big visit.
140.
Doesn't quite get
Green
down to the
require
2-dart mark, but puts
158.
pressure on the 158.
And I think it was well over 68% of the players that. Oh,
Game
what
shot on
a
the third
finish from
leg,
Teehan.
Ciaran Teehan.
Yeah, it was something like 68% of the players, not this year's Q School, the one before, were live league, then live league
Fourth leg,
regulars.
Tony to throw first. Game on.
There's an example of what Teehan is capable of. 15 darter with a lovely 158
60.
finish, and the setup prior to it, the 101 to leave the 158.
84.
Yeah, again, a player that burst onto the scene with that win against Ross Smith at the 2020 World Championship. Came second on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. Get a tour card for a couple of years, but I think a lot of players learn very
60.
quickly that the higher you go, the harder it gets.
Yeah. Gian Van Vena, another player that I'd certainly not heard of prior to.
Well, I have to say, I mean, you talk about you always being right. I'm right
45.
sometimes, and the first time I saw him was back in Southampton, and I thought, this guy's going to be good.
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure about the throw, personally, but...
Yeah, I kind of thought, because he'd spoke about overcoming dartitis. And
Yeah.
what impressed me more than anything was actually the other side of that, is that the amount of times that week when he actually stopped completely, couldn't really throw the dart, and then walked up and still planted it straight in the middle of the double.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether the throw was going to hold up.
But now he's got confidence. You can see that that's eradicated as good as, isn't it? And he's throwing with much more purpose and pace.
All right, some early winners in the opening games of the Euro Tour. Ratajski, a 6-3 winner over Lennon. A great return to form for Ratajski. More on that in a moment. De Souza, we just spoke about him. 6-2 winner over Louis Williams. Cameron Menzies defeats
57.
Bunting 6-2. Clemens 6-1 over Rusty Jake. Jules van Dongen, a 6-0 winner over Dolan. And Van Veen has beat Ronnie Hyber at 6-2. Nenches has beaten Burness 6-5 in a real high quality game. Burness, Super Series
70.
regular back in the day, defeated with 101.28 average. Ouch. Graham Hall, another player we saw a lot of down here, a 6-2 winner over Madars Razma.
Am I right in thinking Burness had actually qualified for that first Seniors World Championship as well? And couldn't play after he got a tour card. Will stay there for the treble, but fails to find it. So Teehan with the chance now to pull well clear of wood.
58. Ciaran, you require 54.
Well, the slow approach suggests that he knows it's a big moment. Tops, tens.
34.
Yeah, it just missed.
Tony requires 60.
I won't try and give any reason why. Sometimes they do just miss.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Tony Wood.
Tony Wood steps in and says, "Thank you very much. I'll have a little bit of that."
Fifth leg, Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
2 darts, missed it a double there for Teehan for a 3-1 lead, and I
81.
think absolute control. Woodhouse, 6-3 winner over Jim
58.
Williams. Monk and Ross Smith locked at 5-5. Great last start. Squeezing it in, the only open part of the bed.
58.
Again, more wild ones from Teehan at a time that he can't afford to be wild. He's backing up the 140 with a 133 to leave 170.
137. Tony require 170.
Doesn't have to go, but he's in a very good position here to break the throw.
Again at that time. Oh, he wants the ball. Is he going for it? Oh, he sure is.
145.
Looking down the list, wasn't Gezi Price supposed to be in these qualifiers? Has he not entered?
Nope.
57. Tony require 25.
Quite sure why he's pulled out. It was there, obviously. He played Gary Anderson in the...
Yeah, basically him and Anderson have switched their attitudes towards the Euro Tour, seemingly.
13.
Well, that was a chance missed by Wood.
118.
118 for Teehan to pick his pocket. He's already taken out a 158. This should be child's play in comparison.
Game shot of the fifth leg, Ciaran
Well
Teehan.
called, Murph. More frustration for Tony Wood, because it's
Six
most
leg
definitely
Tony to throw
one
first.
that's got away.
Game on.
Yeah, I mean, with Gezi, he has made it quite clear many a times that he likes to manage his own diary, and he is very much his own man, isn't he?
Yeah, well, look, Gary Anderson said he had this trick up his sleeve all along. Some
43.
people may question that because of things he said in the past. But what it does show is if you manage your diary correctly, you know, I think sometimes too many players, you squeeze something so tight,
120.
it can break, can't it? And I think some
Yeah.
players will play in every single event thinking they have to, when actually, if you manage yourself and then backed yourself for a run in all the events you did play, you'd end up better off.
Yeah, back in the day, it was very much you felt like you were missing out. It was one of those, but
81.
ultimately, you can't physically playing everything, because then you're not going to leave any gas in the tank for the real big moments or matches,
60.
and you'll just constantly be running on empty.
Even here, players, you know, will try and plan their weeks here, so whether it's building up for another event, whether it is just a gap in their diary that they think that's an ideal time to play.
59.
I know you've kind of planned yours, but you hadn't banked on winning it and getting through to Champions Week the week after, had you?
No, it wasn't really. No, I didn't even plan for that. And but then on the flip side, it was
95.
going into the World Seniors, and we were thrown in with those two new events that we weren't sure at the time we were covering. I didn't have to go to Bahrain or Copenhagen, but getting into Stratford, I think it probably would have been quicker to fly
74.
to Copenhagen. But yeah, again, it was just sort of like the disruption and then traveling and inactivity in this sport is, well, you could see the difference. Look, in Gary Anderson, when he was inactive and not practicing, the results weren't there, and then the switch up in terms of really knuckling down with Ryan Searle and starting to play in as many events as he can, he's reaping the rewards.
Well, I'll give you another example. Michael van Gerwen, coming out of lockdown, didn't pick up a dart, basically, for the whole period, and it took him a long time to...
Taylor was the same.
Cover.
Nearly 2 years, Phil thought it was that he didn't have any competitive kind of action apart from remotely.
Oh, great dart. That's what he wants.
98.
Well, if the eights are anything to go by, it's a 158, a 118, or you might as well have a 128. Can still be done. Not now.
63.
Feels like a match that Teehan should have wrapped up a long time ago, and
25.
Tony Wood is just carrying on knocking on the door.
Yeah, it feels like he's hanging on, but he's the one with the higher average right now.
Game
Knock
shot
on
of
wood.
six-leg, Tony Wood.
3-3. And Teehan has the darts in the decider, but Tony's just... Well, he's competitive, isn't
Seventh
he?
and final
might
leg,
be
Ciaran to throw first.
the way that we've
Game on.
sort of read it. It does look like Teehan's had his chances, and he has, but for that 158 and the 118, Tony might have won the match by now.
I think those two visits
70.
are key in why this one's still 3-3, because you're looking at the scoring phase. Some difference in the 140 column.
140.
Yeah, and another one. He
Yeah.
had 10 in a match yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah.
Tony Wood. Super solid scorer. He's actually now got more 140s than tons
100.
in this game. In fact, they've got 11 scores. Before that one, they had 11 scores of over a ton between them. And Teehan was on 10 and 1. Wood was on 5 and 6.
Opposites attract.
100.
Almost stolen the throw here. 70 in front minus these. Well, he does have the throw now. Yours to lose from here, Tony.
Again, just an example of knowing how his darts behave there. The first one right under the treble. Many players would have switched, but he knew that he could use it for a 140.
Yeah, he found a 140 in an earlier leg of
similar
quality, but what a time to find
121.
the first max in the match.
And is it Tony's turn to take out a big one? Not going to be. So Teehan, aided by the match's first 180, will get a go at 69 to win the game.
42. Ciaran requires 69.
Perfect first start. One left. Wood waiting.
Game
He'll have to wait because Ciaran Teehan continues the trend of players on throw, winning the match and ends with an average of 85.89. Moves on to 8 points. Up next, it will be our first game of our third cycle of matches, and it's Adam Hunt against Steve West.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Ciaran Teehan has just come through in a last leg decider to get the better of Tony Wood. Some really good scoring in that, some fantastic finishing with the 118 and the 158 in there as well. Do you think it's fair to say Ciaran Teehan, he's someone who, in those tight matches, sometimes he just doesn't have that killer instinct to finish players off?
Yeah, we've seen it a couple of times yesterday, didn't we? But yeah, he stayed solid there in the end, and it could have all gone so wrong. But again, it's just sort of trying to build that momentum. We're seeing it from all the players today. They win a game and then lose one. There are only two unbeaten players, Steve West and Willie Borland so far. And maybe one of them will have a kick for the winning line.
Yeah, let's have a little look at the league table. On Ciaran Teehan as well, he's just moved on to 8 points. Do you think it's fair to say he's a fine example of someone who's using this Super Series to benefit him? He's not had the greatest start to 2023, we know that, but he is trying to use this to kind of kick-start his year somewhat.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's the fact that you know you're returning every day for multiple matches, so it just takes the pressure off, takes the intensity out of it, and allows you to play with a bit of freedom. And I think the one player we're seeing the benefit from the most is Willie Borland, who had a terrible time last year, and you know he looks comfortable out there. I'm impressed with him.
Yeah, he does indeed. But the last match that we saw, both players averaged around the 85 mark. They were the two highest averages of the day so far. We have seen a bit of a dip. Why do you think that is on day 2?
I'm not sure. I certainly expected an improvement in performance. Maybe it's just a pressure thing. Maybe they're just all beginning to, you know, it was all friendly yesterday. Maybe it's a little bit quieter in there today. And maybe they're just starting to battle for position.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at some of the key numbers then as we're discussing Group A on the second day of action. Here is Series 3 so far, some of the highest winning averages that we've seen. In week 1, of course, John Worsley involved in there, Rob Collins as well, and that Danny Lauby game was absolutely superb at a real crucial juncture as well. What catches your eye when you look at that?
I don't know, all of them. I'd like to have played like that in any of them, but yeah, I suppose the one for John Worsley, the 107.12, because ultimately he went on to win that week, and he'll be back for Champions Week.
Yeah, and we've only seen the one 3-figure average so far in this group. It was Steve West with a ton average. Who do you think is going to be the player on day 2 who maybe puts down a bit of a marker?
Right now, I'd probably say Willie Borland. He looks the most likely outside of Steve West. You know, Steve had a wobble in the middle yesterday. Maybe it's going to be a case of where he starts off sedately today and then kicks on and goes strong. And
in terms of performance levels, who do you think in the next match, Hunt against West, who do you think it's more important for to put in a decent performance in this one?
I think they'll be both looking for some consistency. I mean, we haven't seen the 180s from Adam like we did yesterday. And of course, Steve made an incredible start to the session yesterday. I think both will be just keen to just go up there and play like they know they can.
Who's taking the points from this one?
Don't know. Ask me one on another sport.
I think that sums up how today's action has unfolded.
Yeah.
Let's get into this one then. Murph, back over to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, your guess is as good as mine, Mace. The matchup between Adam Hunt and Steve West played for the second time this week. Well, if yesterday is anything to go by, it did actually go the way of the Hunter, but it did go the distance. And it was an excellent last leg that won it for Adam Hunt. After West had been in a good position to win the match. Left on a double in the previous leg. And many might have thought that it would be Steve West who was the maximum man, the way he groups his darts. Hunt had that mantle yesterday, but as Chris said,
game on.
Just then, hasn't managed to carry that on into Tuesday's action so far, and has had too many darts like that. It's been a little bit
81.
spray and pray for Adam Hunt. And if West can just be pretty solid in this one, I think that you would probably endorse him as the most likely winner, despite not having the throw.
Yeah, absolutely with you there. And I think at some point Steve will hit the afterburner and just produce one. And they made Adam Hunt a massive favourite for this, 8-13.
81.
Just saying, he won
Steve
yesterday.
West 6-5.
Adam Hunt, but it was a close game.
Yeah. Yeah, it went all the way, didn't it? Full
97.
3. And again, it was double trouble from Steve West, just 3 from 12, missed 9. I mean, Adam Hunt hit 3 180s
100
at an average of 91.10 and missed 19 darts at a double and still on an average in the 90s. Staggering.
41.
Well, it's not the doubles he's having problems with today. It's actually the singles. We've seen too many visits where he's hitting a 1 or a 5.
Yeah, too many troublous visits.
60.
I mean, if me in this group and have watched what I'd seen so far, I'd be thinking, right,
100.
let's just steady the ship
Steve require
and
160.
try and be as solid as possible, because I think steady away could win the day.
Well,
60.
absolutely.
Adam
Adam Hunt's
requires
taken the
60.
opposite approach in this one. It's been all or nothing, and it was all in the previous visit, the 180. To leave the 60. Double 10, stepping back to his starting position.
40.
Didn't manage
Steve
to make the
require
most of the
100.
chance, and West gets his own chance now.
60.
Yeah, that
Adam
could have been
require 20.
an early game changer.
Game
As it
shot of the
is,
first leg,
you're right. What you
Adam
picked up on,
Hunt.
the doubling today is not too bad at all. But he's lost the scoring. He just can't combine the both.
Yeah, it's the straight darts,
Second leg,
isn't it?
Steve
Or
to throw
the
first.
stray darts, if
Game
you
on.
like,
Yeah,
causing it. And there's West with one of his own, two of his own. He's catching,
66.
but it's a good 66 at least.
friend of the Super Series, Graham Usher's picked up a win on the qualifier over in Germany.
180.
Well, the scoring may have just returned for Adam Hunt. For the first time, he's got multiple maxes in a match. Welcome along to the party, Steve.
180. $135.
One suddenly caught fire.
59.
Again, just doing too much.
125.
The result, a wayward dart, but he's left 61 after 9. Good correction.
46.
Number 7
Adam
of
requires
15.
61.
36 for an 11.
43. Steve, you require 150.
Options here for West. 60.
100.
Takes a ton off,
Adam,
and
you
maybe
require
that'll
18.
be enough to pressurise this. He doesn't want to come inside.
Game shot of the second leg,
He
Adam
does that
Hunt.
instead. Great leg.
A couple of Super Series in action. Robert Owen 5-5 with Danny Janssen. Adam Warner 5-5 with another favourite here at the
Third leg,
Super
Adam
Series,
to
Richie
throw
Edhouse.
first. Game on. $96.
Any names that
Well,
you'd like to see here that you haven't yet?
ooh,
96.
Heard a shout on social media for Jason Lowe recently. That's not a bad one.
yeah, definitely. Definitely like to see Jason Lowe.
140.
I'm assuming that Scott Mitchell intends to dig them out at some point.
43.
For sure.
I mentioned Bo Greaves, of course.
Yeah, Bo for sure. He's definitely one I'd love to see
114.
here and for the week as well.
Yeah, and we
Love
will
to s-
see Fallon Sherrick this week, by the way, after her 9-dart exploits earlier for the weekend.
81. Adam, you require 151.
Looking at the Challenge Tour, and
75.
of course the first Dev Tour of the season gets underway next weekend. There's certainly some new names on there.
100.
Some
Adam,
new
you require
European names that
76.
I've picked up on that have been producing some decent numbers. Christian
44.
Kist is an obvious one. Ron Mullenkamp.
Yeah, Kiss did play, didn't he, in Southampton, but
Yes.
not here. We're looking for 3-0
101.
here.
Adam, you require
We're looking at the list,
32.
most of them have played.
I know.
Game
It
shot of the
is
third
3-0
leg,
to Adam
Adam
Hunt.
Hunt.
Has Dragutin played
Yeah,
here?
I don't think, no, he hasn't.
Don't think he has. Lucas Venig.
That's Dragutin Horvat. Yeah, Lucas Fennig, both German players as well. They'll be
Fourth
of
leg, Steve
interest. I
to
know the
throw
German
first. Game on.
darts fan base is pretty large, isn't it?
Have we had Eddie Lovely? No, we didn't, because Eddie was a tour card holder, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
He'd be brilliant here, Eddie Lovely.
Martijn Drak we did have. Piłecki, of course, a regular.
135.
Alexander Merckx won his week, didn't he? In the
Yep.
previous series.
180.
Just looking down the challenge tour list, even again, we didn't do that one last week, but if you look at the top 32, I think there are probably 3 players that haven't played in the Super Series.
Yeah, there's certainly not many over the last couple of years.
Well, they're going mad on the maximums again here. 5 in the match now.
85.
Twice in the match, one's hit, and the other one's hit straight back.
$84. Steve, you require 141.
Adam Hunt is doing a fine job of living up to that bookie's favourite tag.
Yeah.
65. Adam, you require
In
102.
fact, playing so well that Steve West hasn't even been allowed to dart at double.
Might not get one. See, it's double 16.
70. Steve,
But he
you
should get
require
one, barring a
76.
darting disaster. 16 for tops, and it's that 16. It's only just snuck in. Had real
Team
problems
Journal
there, but
Flex,
no problem on the
Steve
double.
West.
I wonder how aware he is of that. It's such a big target to keep struggling on.
Fifth leg Adam to throw first. Game on.
Averaging this one for Adam Hunt. This is kind of numbers
83.
we've been expecting, Murph, isn't it?
Yep. Heading towards 3 figures. In fact, was in 3 figures just a couple of visits
60.
ago. It was good to see those high averages as well from the series so far. Rob Collins with the highest, 110.37.
46.
Do think at some point we are going to get a ridiculous average. Someone wins 4-0.
With a 120 odd.
Yeah.
123.
I mean, it's not beyond the realms possibility to see someone go
412s.
412s,
Yeah.
yeah.
81. 94.
And the record still broadcast is the Peter Wright one, isn't it? 123.5 from a Pro Tour. Van Gerwen's highest on TV, 123.4. Not that there's that much difference between streaming and broadcasting these days, in my view.
Well, it's all on apps on the telly, isn't it?
60.
But
Yeah, I don't understand that.
well, Van Gerwen will argue that Peters doesn't count, won't he? Because he wants to be number 1, but his was it.
Well, if I'm at home, I've got the YouTube app on my smart
93.
TV,
Stevie
so
Wire,
I watch this on my TV if I don't watch it via sporty stuff.
And there's also arguments, because we haven't seen something on TV in the,
119.
for example, the European Tour is a good one because it is on TV in some countries anyway.
Yeah, that's right.
Bullseye here. Oh,
Big
he
shot.
pulled that out, didn't he?
Adam Hunt.
Well, showbiz stuff from Adam Hunt there. Hitting the treble 3 and then rescuing the shot, treble 20 Bull with 119 checkout to cap off what has been a quite spectacular performance. 95.12 the average, 3 of the matches, 5 180s. That 119 finish, winning the match. And he was 4 out of 9 on the doubles. It all is starting to come together for Adam Hunt, who joins Borland and the man who's just beaten Steve West on 10 points. And coming next, it is the 3-time world champion John Part taking on Ciaran Teehan.
John Part and Ciaran Teehan next to do battle for the second time this week. Teehan with 2 huge ton-plus checkouts in his last match to help him over the line in a tight tussle with Wood. His 86 was actually the highest winning average that we'd seen today until that superb display from Hunt in our last match. Can he build on that in this one against John Part, who's of course looking for his first win of the day? He came close to recording a victory over West last time out, didn't he? He led that one 3-1, but ultimately lost out in a decider. Teehan with a whitewash win in this encounter yesterday. Neither had their scoring boots on, but the Irishman was 4 out of 9 on the doubles. Part with just 2 darts at the outer ring, missing both. Can Teehan move into double figures in the league table and join Borland, Hunt and West on 10, or will Part record his second win of the week? Let's rejoin the comms team to find out.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, fascinating little tie, this one. Teehan, of course, with the opportunity to join West, Hunt and Borland on that 10 points. Borland with a game in hand, and that will be coming up against Tony Wood after this one. Good performance last time out from Adam Hunt. Back to his standard 3 180s per match.
First leg, John to
as was the
Rovers.
case yesterday.
Game on.
John has the honour. He's the 6-4 dog in this one. Teehan, 1-2 favourite.
140. 89.
Well, as Abby mentioned, Murph, Teehan won this one 4-0 yesterday. It was one of John's lowest averages of the session. No surprise to see Teehan winning full zip.
An important spell for John Part now. It's his turn to play 2 from 3.
140.
He'll play Teehan now, and then he'll face Adam Hunt, and that's ominous from what we've just seen from the Hunter. That
36.
great display. What a start it was to this one. I say it was because Party's just put in a 36 that opens the door for Teehan after
59.
2 treble turns from JP, but he's still in command of the opening leg. Did get a little bit waylaid on the way back there, Chris. Left you flying solo for a moment. That's because I was having a chat with our exec producer,
96.
Stefan, who informed me, as we were talking about averages, that Tommy Morris, a new England international player, actually beat Richard North at the local tournament in
100.
Southampton
Junior
last
War
Thursday,
92.
and they do play, I think, the same format as this, best of 7, 120.24 average.
Wowzers.
60.
Yeah, I've seen
Junior
that
War
name
113.
crop up multiple times of late on the Challenge Tour in the last few days over in Germany.
Game shot of the
Ciaran
first leg, Ciaran Teehan.
Taking care of business here, and we have seen him produce a few combination checkouts today. There's another one to add to the roll of honour.
Disappointingly not got an 8 on the end,
to
though.
throw first. Game
Yeah,
on.
it's going to be the 3s this time for Teehan, so watch out. Anything with a 3 on the end, John, you might as well just give him the leg.
100.
113 to start. And that was with Part waiting on double 16.
Well, a bit of good news.
125.
Devon Peterson is 1 win away from qualifying for Euro Tour 7. As is Super Series regular Graham Usher, Robert Owen,
42.
Graham Hall. Richie Adhouse, who got the better of Adam Warner at 6-5.
100.
Action right now, Gary Anderson, who's 1-0 down to Jack Labra, averaging 66 at the moment. Gary maybe celebrated his long-awaited return to the
80.
top of the podium yesterday. Well, now he's 2-0 down, but averaging 78. He's improving.
The morning after the night before. Did have plenty to say for himself, didn't he, Gary, in that
58.
post-match with Dan
Yeah,
Dawson?
with Dan Dawson. Yeah, it was quite interesting. Shots fired.
Yeah, I can assure you Paul Nicholson will be reporting for Super Series duty, safe and well,
96.
in due course.
Yeah.
The
90.
world of being a darts pundit, of course, people paid to give opinions based on the evidence in front of them and then criticised for giving those opinions. But
then when you don't have your say, you're
59.
criticised for that.
128.
It's not someone put something up on. I was watching a YouTube video of Eddie Hearn, and he was asked a question about the Fury fight, and then someone put, "Why does he always have to
63.
comment? What's he meant to get?
You're
Like
require 124.
no comment?" And then you scorn him for having no comment.
well,
We live in a world where too many people have an opinion. That's the problem.
54. John requires 65.
Pat would have been thinking there, not again, as he was waiting for Teehan on 1-2-4. But he gets 2 darts a double this time.
45.
Hasn't taken it, and now he will be fearing the
Junior
worst.
requires 70.
That's another man who's well versed in the art of punditry, John Parts.
Yeah, carved out a career, a very good career as well on Sky Sports.
Game shot of the
Happens
second
again,
leg.
another
Ciaran
combo for
Teehan.
Ciaran. 2-2. Yeah, what I like about John Parts' style of punditry is when he's not sure, when he doesn't know, he's actually not scared
Third
to
leg
say
John
that. He
to
doesn't
throw first.
get forced into
Game
an
on.
opinion if he doesn't particularly have one. Sometimes if you think it's between 2, 3 or 4
81.
players, it's fine to say that, isn't it?
Well, especially like I say, if there's no obvious standout reason to pick one, then
93.
Yeah. The problem is then you get drawn into saying, well, these two can't win it, and then you'll get shot down for that. Here it's particularly interesting because you'll know, standing on that balcony, that often 2 players that you're talking about are stood
85.
behind you, within hearing distance, shall we say. Not in the safety of a big studio, the other side of the hall with a few thousand fans
100.
in between and no knowledge of what's been said.
well, the beauty of our game, it's
36.
a numbers game, so you more often than not, your opinion. Well, like I say, I don't have an opinion. It's just my evidence-based thoughts.
100.
And this just game provides you with loads and loads of numbers to base that upon.
Well, it's a theory, isn't it, I guess? And to
Yeah.
be fair, you did say the previous match you had no idea who would win it. I said I thought
81.
West would win it and Hunt won it. So there we go.
Doesn't make us less of an expert. We knew
60.
whoever, if we knew everybody was going to win, we'd be millionaires.
And we wouldn't need to play the matches, would we?
No, exactly that. There'd be no point. That's the beauty of sport. Throws up surprises and
58.
makes
Junior
dreams
require
come true. Ask Andrew
148.
Gilding.
Well, no surprise if this goes in.
Got an 8 on the end, and it's over a ton.
Going to leave it handy. Well, is it Part's turn to
100.
do
Junior
to Teehan
require
what Teehan's been doing to
160.
him? The Irishman waiting on something small, Part looking for something big, not to be.
65. Ciaran, you require 48. Game shot on the third leg. Ciaran
Well, the
Teehan.
finishing is clinical.
Couldn't-
3 out of 3.
Yeah, it could not be better, could it?
Fourth leg Ciaran to throw
Part punished
first.
for those 2
Game
darts
on.
he had in the second leg. Looking to the heavens a little bit, John Parts.
140.
Oh, that'll make him look down. 140 from Teehan. Not been too many over the
95.
years with more grit and guts than John Part.
I do still think he needs to get those orange juice flights sorted, freshly squeezed.
100.
The OJ flights.
Yeah, I just find it bizarre that a player of his experience, his years, his success, is such a simple thing that doesn't seem to be bothered with. One of them seems spot on, but the other two just seem like they need.
Maybe that was the one that went in the one that's been squeezed.
Yeah.
$140.
Well, we've definitely seen an improvement from the players, haven't we, in our second cycle of matches?
98. Ciaran to require 121.
Yeah, they're all trying to. Well, the top four are all trying to stay there, basically, aren't they, to keep themselves firmly in contention. It looks like they will. And look at this from Teehan.
85.
The only blemish on what had been a flawless finishing display there, that missed double 18, but he'll be back for it anyway.
$44. Ciaran to require 36.
Okay, double 17. Should he wish to go there, could choose to split, of course. Straight at it, straight in it, and it's a whitewash win for Ciaran Teehan. Hightower beating John Part 4-0 with a near perfect performance on the doubles. 4 out of 6 in the end, restricting Part to just 2 at double himself. He started the match well, John Part, but that first checkout of 113 really set the trend for the rest of the match. And Teehan now makes it a 4-way tie on 10 in the Group A table. Coming next, though, Willie Borland will have the opportunity to put a couple of points between himself and the rest of the pack. Stay with us.
Tony Wood then looking for his first win of the day. Agonisingly missed out in a decider to Ciaran Teehan last time out. He needs to forget about that quickly though, because he's back in action here, taking on the league leader Willie Borland, who is yet to be defeated today. 2 winning averages below 80 so far, but still only dropped 2 legs en route to recording those 2 victories. His finishing has certainly been a strength this morning, 57 and 40% checkout success in those games. Borland will go 2 points clear of the rest of the field after 8 games with a win here, and maybe, just maybe, start thinking about completing the perfect day here at the Super Series. So, can Willie down the wood, and will Borland be defeated today? Murph and Mace, what do you think?
Thanks, Abby. Well, I think I'm going to go with the momentum here. I'm going to go with Borland. What say you, Murph?
Yeah, well, all the evidence suggests that it will go that way. Willie Borland just carried on a winning streak, hasn't he? Won his last 3 matches yesterday. He's won his first 2 today, and he's only dropped a couple of legs in the process. And even more impressive now, the win against Adam Hunt, based on what we saw from the Hunter when he beat Steve West 4-1.
Yeah, with a 95+ average.
Well,
First leg, Tony,
we will
to
find out
Rovers.
over the next
Game on.
possible 7 legs. So the last couple of matches have only taken 5 and 4. And just a quick reminder as we reach the halfway point of the day that earlier on we did pose Henry's
40.
Tuesday tungsten teaser, and it was this. On only 19 occasions has a game featured 7 breaks of throw. So every single leg going against the throw has happened only 19 times here at the Super Series. 3 of these were in the same session and featured the same player. Who was it? Get your answers in at
82.
MSS Darts, and we'll reveal the answer at the end of the show. You any closer to knowing, Mace?
85.
I think so. I got a feeling if it's the same person and it's the person that mine happened in, then I've got it.
100.
Right. I mean, it is a tough question, so what I'll do, I'll give the audience a clue and say what Chris Mason has said is absolutely correct.
190.
He's safe in the knowledge that he's right. You'll get the answer towards the end of the show, and Willie Borland got that right, didn't he? Beautiful 180 to leave himself on 121.
99.
And while we're on the subject of being right, I reckon he'll take it out. Oh.
43.
Well, Willie was right, Mace was right, you're probably right at home, and here I am being wrong.
Usually adept at doing, very nearly. He's great at just making them minute adjustments around the 60 tops, and this looks awkward.
38. Tony require 80.
Disastrous. Needs a treble. Doesn't get one, so Borland will be back for the break. It was 8-13 to win this one. Trying to fall into a pattern of favourites.
Yeah, and we're starting to get the separation in the group, aren't we, that we mentioned. Looks like
Game the
a
first
top
leg,
4 and a bottom
William
2.
Borland.
But Big Willie could be the top 1 at the end of this. He's already top on leg difference, but he would be top on points after 4 rounds of fixtures.
Game on.
With 12 from a possible 16.
Yeah.
25.
Borland, Hunt, West and Teehan very much going to be battling this out over the remainder of today and tomorrow. Wood and Part very much looking like Group C, because the leg difference is huge. -7 for Wood, -16
93
for John Part. In a world of trouble.
Only real hope for him to extinguish that a little is that he did play his better stuff towards the end of the day yesterday, of course.
Well, he needs 4 4-0s just to
100.
get that leg difference to No leg difference.
60. $123.
Tony was there or thereabouts in the opening leg, and Willie's not putting in the
85.
sort of blistering display that he's produced at times. So the early signs in this match suggest that he could be there for the taking if Tony can eliminate that dart into the one that's crept in
Well,
the first couple of legs.
121.
he does have like there is them vulnerable phases he tends to go
58.
through.
Tony requires 76.
And again, that's an area of his game he's just got to work on. No point going 25 ball. So he's gone 51 for 24.
52.
Yeah, 5 big ones Tony Wood has hit in this match so far. 2 legs.
140. Tony requires 24.
Not the kind of big ones you want.
This is the one he wants. Well, Willie was grinning, wasn't he, like a Cheshire cat in the background? Not sure what all that was about,
second
but
leg, Tony Wood.
eventually Wood gets there.
It's the break back in 18.
There's probably an ironic sort of little
Third
laugh.
leg,
that
Tony.
Well, the fact that he found the 140 to leave tops
Game
at the
on.
end of the leg when it was...
Yeah, I do love watching darts players. Nothing happens for them, everything happens to them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
100.
But all square, and Wood has managed to cancel out that early breaker throw.
93.
Whitlock and Jimi Hendrix. 5-5.
Well, he's now gone wayward the other way, Tony, into the
44.
5 this time. Yeah, that's from the European Tour qualifier that Mace's just mentioned, taking place over
if
in
you just-
Germany right now.
Joining us for the first time and you want to keep up
100.
to speed with the results as they happen, I will bring you them sporadically. You don't have to go anywhere else. I'll be a bit more in depth when we get the final qualifying games. It's
140.
top 24 from this qualifier. So in the round of 48,
126.
I'll keep you up to speed.
Well, 3 legs in here. Borland is averaging almost 90.
99.
About 5 points higher than Tony Wood, but at the moment it's advantage Tony.
100.
He is
Tony
there for the
require
taking,
118.
but Willie's got problems getting Wood. Treble.
58.
You can get a
William
tablet for
Require,
that.
82.
What, trebles?
Ooh,
17.
17 tops.
That was
James on
just
third
the
leg,
medicine he
Willie
required.
Borland.
2-1 lead for Willie Borland, and it's a bit of a, as Henry would say, breakathlon.
Fourth leg, William to throw first.
All 3 legs.
Game on.
On the theme of Henry's tungsten teaser. Are we going to get a 20th
57.
match with 7 consecutive breaks of throw?
That's why he thought it up, because he does enjoy a breakathlon, doesn't he, Henry? Good question, though.
Yeah.
Certainly
got my brain spinning.
Yeah, full credit to Henry Deacon there for getting his researchers to do that one.
81.
This looks good.
190.
On target for a 4th consecutive break. Did you go to university, Murph?
I did, yes. I went there quite late in life. Well, a mature student I was.
What did you do?
Sports journalism. Yeah, so working in the
In
field.
Sheffield?
100.
Huddersfield.
Huddersfield.
Yeah, working in the field that I studied, but I think if I had have gone at 18, it would have been wasted.
99. Tony require
I was
81.
there strictly to learn. Basically got fed up of cleaning windows, Chris.
Was it something you were interested in though as a kid?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I wanted to be a commentator when I was a child.
Wow.
49.
Realised quickly that I'd never be a player in
Tony
any
require
sport. And
164.
kind of got obsessed with that side
And
of it.
how
very
old were you when you
quickly.
went back to uni?
23.
Wow.
94. Tony require
32, the number for Tony Wood to carry on these breaks.
No score.
Little unlucky,
William require
perhaps.
70.
Ran into traffic.
38. Tony require 32.
I think I heard Willie Borland mutter something like rubbish. Oh, that's tricky for Tony, though. Has to go high. And now there's not much to aim at all.
No score.
That's 6 at
William
32
require
for
32.
2-2.
Game shot of the fourth leg, William Borland.
Not going to get another 7 out of 7 in terms of breaks of throw because Willie has just
Fifth
held
leg Tony to throw first.
21.
Game on.
Right, the first matches of the first qualifying games over in Germany in the Euro Tour 7 qualifier, which I think is for Belgium, and isn't it, Murph?
60.
Which is for Belgium. Graham Usher, friend of the Super Series,
Sorry, I nodded then. That doesn't come across well on commentary, does it?
100.
is 1-0 up on Jules van Dongen.
Yeah, he played at the Lakeside JVD.
He did, yeah.
He's the one with the horrific walk-on music,
43.
even worse than Dirk van Dijvenbode's.
Correct.
And the Gambler, of course, needs no introduction to Super Series
99.
viewers. Beaten finalist, actually, wasn't he, in Series 1?
And produced that remarkable match where he hit the 9-darter and all 4 winning legs had a
45.
ton-plus finish in it. That would have been another tungsten teaser. Sorry, I've blown that one.
38.
You'll have to work harder, Henry.
$100.
Willie Borland on course for 6 of the best here. It would be 6 successive wins ahead of
60.
his next match, which is his penultimate match. He takes on Ciaran Teehan and Steve West in his final 2, so really has an opportunity to put some distance between himself and the chasing pack.
100.
Yeah, the first chance really to start pulling out a bit of a gap at the top.
140.
Beautiful
Tony
final
require
dart.
153.
Maybe slightly under the radar as well. You know, he's gone on this winning run, and
Well, this would be 6 from 6, wouldn't it?
yeah, and the conversation from us, from the bookies, was all about West and Hunt. But now they're
Game
talking
shot of
about
the fifth
Tony.
leg, Tony Wood.
Brilliant 153 checkout. Wonderful Wood hanging on in there.
Sixth leg William to throw first. Game on. $93. $100. $100.
And Tony wins this match. He's
41.
still in with a shout, isn't he, of catching the top boys, but beating Borland would be
56.
vital, really, because he's the one with the game in hand.
Yeah.
This being it. If he's 4 points behind him with 7 games left to play, then you think it's still possible.
59.
Well, it'd certainly be possible to think about 3rd position, maybe.
Yeah.
I think it would be a bit of a push to
92.
top the table.
Well, I mean, at the moment, if he did win this match, 3rd and top would be the same distance away, doesn't it? So it depends on who's still to play who he's still got to play. And in fact, Wood still has to play John Tart and still has to play Steve West. So the man below him and one of those above him, but obviously they're going to take points off each other, which is what makes it more difficult to get to the top.
121.
Great max from Tony Wood. Got no quitting him. I'll give him that. 51 for Bull.
If he does lose, though, which looks like it's going to be the case, he will find himself 8 points off top, and that will be way too big a gap to bridge. But that's a difficult dart to navigate as well from Willie Borland.
Game
But
shot.
a clear bet
William
sees him
Borland.
get the job done. A 4-2 success for big Willie Borland over Tony Wood, and it means that the Scotsman goes clear at the top of the table after all of the field have played 8 matches. Fabulous moments in there from Wood, none more so than the 1-5-3 checkout, but Borland held firm, won the match, and moves on to 12 points. We get into our penultimate round of fixtures after the break, and it starts with Part. He takes on Adam Hunt.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Finals night gets underway from 7:30 p.m. on Saturday. You can be here to watch all the action unfold and to see the weekly winner crowned. Just visit dartshop.tv to book your free tickets. John Part whitewashed by Ciaran Teehan for the second time this week in his last match, and just like on day one, the Canadian afforded just the 2 attempts at the outer ring against the Irishman. As you can see, he's bottom of the league standings on 2 points at this stage, with all players having played 8 matches. It was a much better display from Part in that one, though, averaging 81.5 in that one. As for Adam Hunt, well, he put in the performance of the day in his 4-1 win over West last time out. Our only average in excess of 90 so far today. It was actually north of 95 with a delightful 119 out to get himself over the line. A composed and assured display from him. Can he back that up here? Let's hand back to Chris Mason and Murphy to talk you through it.
Thank you very much, Abby. John Part scratching around, trying to find some kind of form today after those defeats to Borland, West and Teehan. And it doesn't get any easier taking on Adam Hunt, who, as Abby described, had a brilliant display against West himself. Also enjoyed victory against Tony Wood earlier on, but has been beaten by Borland once again, twice in a spell. Seen William make it 6 on the spin and is emerging as the
John to throw
main man in
Game on.
Group A, not a position that many were predicting before a dart was thrown, not just yesterday, but today.
Yeah, absolutely.
62.
Well, I think we're deep enough into this that I'm starting to run a few numbers, and the bet here
140.
Adam Hunt to win 4-1 or better at 2-1. That is a
55.
monstrous price when you run the numbers in terms of averages of both, and the likelihood
85.
of Part winning more than one leg is unlikely.
Yeah, the only sort of word against it, just to play
59.
devil's advocate, would be that Hunt wasn't particularly impressive in his first 2 matches, was he? Even though he did win his first one against Tony Wood. Average sub 80 in that game.
41.
He did put it all together, probably for the first time this week, against Steve West, when the scoring was there and the finishing was there.
Yeah, absolutely.
68.
And just maybe why the bookies fancied him slightly more than West, having seen what they'd seen yesterday, that they knew that if he could
100.
put the 2 together, then he
Yeah,
would be
I
the man
think-
to beat.
Yeah, I think it scared them enough yesterday, didn't it? Which is why they sort of had
58.
a bit of a
Centimetre for
flip-flop.
135.
Amazing how often it happens, though, isn't it? As it has for most of the day for Adam, that the doubling has been fine, but the scoring had dried up.
Yeah. Well, that
95.
apart from the very elite, and even some cases with them, you'll see them score like an absolute Trojan, and then not necessarily
47.
struggle to the degree some of the lads have struggled here, but
Adam
you know,
Eurowire, 40.
they'll have finishing percentages around 30, which is sort of 10 off their minimum baseline.
Speaking of 10,
20.
nowhere near
John
it.
Eurowire, 152.
Part can pressurise. He's not going to take out the finish, but he will leave himself on a
128.
double.
Adam Eurowire, 20.
Congratulations, Graham Usher qualifies for the European Tour in Belgium. He is the first man through.
10.
Oh my goodness.
What were we saying about the
Eurowire,
doubling being absolutely
24.
spot on today?
6 at a double.
Well, there's just an indication as to what's happened before is not necessarily a sign of what's going to happen.
No score.
Although
Adam
in John
Eurowire,
Park's
10.
case, the double trouble continues.
Game shot of the first
And Hunt
leg,
makes him
Adam
pay.
Hunt.
Break a throw in leg 1. Other
leg, Adam
qualification matches
to
just
throw
about to start
first.
are underway.
Game on.
Ricky Evans against Gabriel Clemens, leading 2-1. Both players averaging well over a ton. Sutar and Cameron Menzies in an
97.
all-Scottish tie. 0-0.
Good day for Scotland. Good week for Scotland at the moment. Gary Anderson winning yesterday. Willie Borland topping Group A here.
55.
Doing all right in the rugby as well, aren't they?
After a couple of years
59.
of Pro Tour has been shared out, it seemed, by a huge number of players, often first-time winners and players relatively low in the rankings taking the titles. It almost seems strange that you've had a weekend
81.
where it's Michael Van Gerwen and Gary Anderson taking the titles.
Already had one European tour, haven't we? On that.
123.
Yes, it was. Good recall, Murph.
Yeah, and not long after winning one at the back end of last year as well.
Yeah.
55.
Didn't Chisnall smash the 180 record in
52.
European Tour 1? Did I read that somewhere?
Possibly. He did. He equalled it in a Pro Tour, didn't he?
Yeah, maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
But he's very good this year, Dave Chisnall. One to watch. Already won a title, but he's also
140.
one of the players to have won the most boards
170.
in a Pro Tour event. I've actually been keeping an eye on Stephen Bunting. I think he might win something this year.
48. John O'Quire 170.
What do you mean, like a TV tournament?
I think there's something coming. He's been knocking on the door for 2 or 3 years now,
99.
and even this year, I think he's won. He's bored
122.
in nearly all of the Pro Tours he's
Yeah, and
played
his
in.
averages speak volumes. Ball for double 11.
90. John O'Quire 71.
All I can think is that he thought that he couldn't miss it. But he was wrong, if that's what he did think. Has he... It's either that or he's read the score as 1-3-2 initially.
Adam O'Quire 32.
I have never, ever seen anyone attempt that way. 1-2-2. Didn't him start there.
No, we did have Reece Robinson the other week.
28.
1-1-8, didn't we?
John
Ball,
O'Quire
18
16.
ball.
Yeah, but even that, there's a chance of hitting the treble 18 and having
8.
a double. The way Adam was, that would be
Adam
akin to going
O'Quire
bull,
4.
double 9 on it, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Well, in the end, he's on double 2. And he can try and bounce it off that barrel and into the bed.
On the second leg,
And
Adam
it's 2-0.
Hunt.
So despite the bizarre, audacious attempt at 1-2-2, it is 2-0.
Third leg, John to throw first. Game on.
2 legs. We've had 18 darts, Mr. the double.
97.
Quick update in the qualifying games. Clemens 3-2 up on Evans. Menzies 1-0 up on
57.
Sutar. Graham Hall 1-0 up on Robert Owen. That could well be a Super Series game, that. Ratajski against Edas just about underway, and Veenstra against Roloffs about to get underway. All qualifying games for
125.
European Tour 7.
Yeah, and by the way, you watch Robert Owen go this year and next year. I think he's probably the player that the Super Series has benefited
58.
the most.
Yeah. Financially and in terms of getting his game to a level.
Well, you made the point yesterday about using this. Of course, you want to win
59.
every group, every match, but using it as a chance to experiment. And what Robert Owen did a couple of years ago was change his setup slightly, wasn't it? And
99.
he got to a situation where he felt he could go above or below the dart when it's hit the treble 20. What an advantage that is.
Yeah, especially with that. Well, his nickname is Stack Attack.
60. 96.
Player.
John O'Quire 160.
Great guy to be around,
Yeah.
but just a bit of advice. Don't get caught in a conversation if you've got an appointment to get to.
121.
Better leg from JP here.
133. John, you require 39.
Is it a leg he wins? He's had 8 darts at double already. Make it 9.
Game shot in the third leg.
10th attempt goes in.
Best leg of the match. 18 dart hold.
Fourth leg Adam to throw first. Game on.
Hunt hasn't really turned up for this one in terms of standard. He hasn't mirrored that display that he had against Steve West yesterday.
60.
Just a reminder that it was kind of similar yesterday when this pair met. It was 4-3 to Adam Hunt. But he only averaged 83. Part was
134.
high 70s.
$190.
It's the first in the match.
$134.
Reply. Back to back. 134s. I was going to say, will it be back to back 180s?
81.
Great dart for Parts.
140.
Well, had the option of going ball 25, but I think he liked the lie there, thought he would fill it up. Would have just left it a little bit easier. The next
45.
shot. It shouldn't
John
really matter
Royer,
now.
93.
$63 left.
47. Adam, you require 135.
This time he did want to hit the ball on the 25 to start with. Couldn't get near it, so Part looking for parity.
68. John, you require 46. $26.
Well, you could see the mark on the number 20 that the first dart hit, and then Part
Adam, you
dramatically
require
over-adjusted.
67.
Number 17, bit of an 8. So it should get. Oh, well, that's a happy accident. He wants double 19. Oh, if this goes in, you are a lucky man.
Yeah, well, if he hit the single, he
29.
can't finish. If he hit the treble, he busts.
John, you require 20.
18, that is. Just about all he could hit. If he was going to miss the single 18 that he was going for. Part simply has to hit and hasn't hit. And Hunt will
No
return, and I've got a
score.
feeling he might split.
Adam, you require 38.
Correct, Murph.
Game shot of the fourth leg, Adam Hunt.
Well, I'm not quite sure how, but Adam Hunt holds.
Fifth leg, John to throw
Didn't you
first.
say Adam Hunt to win by 2 or
Game on.
more? Now, it looks like the horse is going to come in, but it's not one that's galloped away into the distance, is it?
100. $59.
No, this is far from convincing, but I certainly didn't expect to see Hunt averaging 71.
And it's what you talked about before, the absence of
59.
the B game, maybe even the C game.
Yeah.
Inconsistency.
And with Adam, it obviously isn't a confidence thing,
135.
because you would think going on previous matches that he'd build from good performances and kick on, but
125.
he can go from 80 to 95 back to 80.
Well, yeah, well, let's make no bones about it, as Adam Hunt does produce one of those trademark maximums his second of the match. But John Part Well, the scoreline could be reversed, couldn't it? Look at that.
Yeah, more darts at a double
97,
for
Adam
Adam Hunt. Just the one more.
127.
But yeah, it could quite easily be 3-1 down and 3-1 up instead of 3-1 down. Bull, gotta go for it.
102. John Uruguay 120.
Well, this would be out of a clear blue sky. 60.
32.
And it's not just raining
Adam
for part
Uruguay,
today, it's
25.
pouring in Portsmouth. Double 8.
Game shot
And
and the
Adam Hunt
match.
does
Adam
get
Hunt.
a win by a convincing scoreline, but not with a convincing performance. A 4-1 success over Part, who, as you can see there, just 7% checkout success. 1 out of 14, not that much better from Adam Hunt in that department, but nonetheless, 2 more maximum threes, ever-growing tally, and a 4-1 win that sees him join Willie Borland on the top of the table on 12 points. And coming next, it is Steve West against Tony Wood.
Match number 11 of the day then, and it's West against Wood. West afforded just the 1 dart at double against Hunt last time out. Such was the stellar display from the Hunter in that one. West with 2 wins to his name today, but he's yet to reach the level of performance that he produced at the start of Group A action on Monday. Can he do so in this one against ADC qualifier Wood, who's still searching for his first victory of the day? He didn't play badly against Teehan or Borland. His highlight, that 1-5-3 in his last match against the Scotsman, but can he start turning decent displays into points? It was, of course, in this fixture yesterday that West put in the only ton-topping average we've seen this week, with 57% checkout success, including that superb 1-5-7 out. Will we see more of that here in this match? Let's find out and hand back to the chaps in comms.
Thanks, Abby. Well, I go 3-10. Steve West, 12-5. Tony Wood, did I mention that? I got that last one right. A 2-1 shot for our viewers and punters.
Oh, well done, Mace.
Thanks.
Well done if you followed him. I'd advise to quit while you're ahead.
Absolutely. Stick the money in the pocket, go and have something to eat. Buy the Mrs. Summit nice. Or your partner.
Yeah, it was not the convincing performance that maybe you were expecting from Adam Hunt, but on the other side, it was probably what we were starting to expect from John Part, who seems to be struggling a little bit with the brutality of this format.
Possibly. There's flashes in there, there's signs, but
yeah,
we could say that pretty much about everybody, though, couldn't we?
Yeah, the one man who's just taken the bull by the horns is Willie Borland, isn't it? He's on that 6-match winning streak. He's going to be in action next, by the way, against Ciaran Teehan.
40.
Cameron Menzies defeats fellow Scotsman Alan Soutar. He's qualified for Euro Tour 7 in Belgium. Ricky Evans
26.
gets the better of Gabriel Clemens. Good win for Ricky there. So we've got 3 of the 24 through. Usher, Evans and Menzies.
By the way, if West does beat Wood here and then Teehan can topple Borland, we would end up with a 4-way tie on 12 points after they'd all played 9 matches.
Wouldn't be massively shocked if that was
59.
the case.
Couldn't stay like that because the last match is Hunt.
Yes.
Hunt and Teehan, Borland and West. The Part will play Tony Wood in his final outing.
95.
And he will probably feel like there's an opportunity to win, although I think that Wood has been unlucky today not to pick up points.
There's one player on the tour this year that I've been so impressed with, the player that we know very well, but Richard Veenstra. He's just found another level to his game.
Well, you know, many thought he was going to win the Lakeside.
Yeah.
And he posted that record average, didn't he, that had been standing for many years, held by Raymond van Barneveld. He almost ended a 30-year wait for a 9-dart finish, missed the double. Going to hear a little story about that, about me being a terrible professional. I'll do it in the next leg, which could be pretty soon.
97. Tony require 146.
146 on offer for Wood.
He's produced some big finishes over the course of the opening 2 days of this Group A.
55. Stevie requires 60. 40.
Well, this would be pretty big.
91.
Not just numerically, but in the context of his day. Went aggressive. Does find a treble, backed himself to do so with 2 darts. And it's a great finish in the end for Tony Wood. 1-0, break a throat. Yeah, in that Veenstra match when he hit when he missed the 9-dart finish. So I was working on the broadcast at Lakeside and commentating on some games, and the ones I wasn't commentating on, I was interviewing the winners. And I come downstairs from the commentary box, and
60.
Sometimes you bump into people you know. There's a lot of the darting fraternity there, and I started chatting away, and then moved on a little, and someone else bumped into chatting away.
140.
And Veenstra, at the meantime, was going mad on the stage, blowing his opponent apart. And then I got a tap on the shoulder from the floor manager. He said, "This is the last leg. You'd be interviewing him," and I'd not seen a single dart in the match.
81.
And then
you had to wing it.
No, and then he had the leg where he missed a 9-darter and got me out of a lot of trouble because that became the story.
Do you know who hit the first 100+ average in a World Championships?
I think in a World Championship, was it Della?
It
Keith
was,
Della?
and it was a losing average against John Lowe.
And Bobby George always reminds me that whenever that's said, his caveat is that he had won at the News of the World, and that was the World Championship
60.
at that point.
Well, yeah, well, it was, yeah, he has a bit of a point.
He went through the whole finals, didn't he, without throwing less than a 15 darter.
Which is a 100+ average.
100.
But yeah, officially, 78, wasn't it, the first World Championship?
Yep.
Won by the late, great Leighton Rees. Played, of course, in Nottingham, where
60.
the Premier League was last week.
Tony require 160.
And that tournament is heading to Tony's town, isn't it? Up in the northeast on Thursday, Newcastle.
46.
That'll be some atmosphere in there for Dobie. Oh. There is talk of him coming onto the Newcastle song, isn't there? Is that the...
60. Tony
that the
require
plan?
114.
Yeah, I can imagine so. He does have a good relationship with the football club, actually.
Yeah, he's a huge fan, isn't he?
West shakes his head. He thinks it's going.
94. Steve, you
He
require
did miss a
140.
tournament, didn't he, for the cup final?
Yeah. Wasn't that the Euro Tour?
I think it might have been, yeah.
45.
Right,
Tony
I wish he'd
require
gone now.
20.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out for him.
And in the other cup, Chris, Newcastle were beaten by a certain Sheffield Wednesday, so we'll be watching.
10. Steve, you require 95.
I believe one of only 4 teams to have beaten them this year. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
80.
And he's thrown that last
Tony
dart away
require 10.
in anger.
Disgust, yeah.
And it's actually left him in a poor predicament.
Game shot of the
Not
second
that it
leg,
matters.
Tony
Wood cleans up 2-0. Well, this one could be a bit of a turn-up because it would put Steve West in a bit of peril, wouldn't it, in terms of that race for first place?
Third leg, Steve to throw first.
Put him in
Game
a
on.
bit of peril in terms of holding on to third place because Teehan has a game in hand which he plays next against Borland.
Yeah, and West's last match is
60.
against Borland, the league leader.
West is going south.
Thanks to a defeat by the man from the
100.
northeast. Completed the compass there, Chris.
Gone around the around the grounds with Murph and Mace. Ratajski, he's through to Euro Tour 7
72.
in Belgium, beating Ricciardo 6-2. Quick updates if you're only just joining us. European Tour Qualifier 7 to qualify it for Belgium. Ratajski through. Menz is beating Suter, he's through. Evans beating Clemens.
140.
Beating Van Dongen and Vinstra. He's through playing Roloffs. Is that Vinstra's first European Tour?
I've got a
60.
sneaky feeling that he's appeared once before, but not since he's got a tour card. I'm going to check that out.
60.
Feel like I've seen him before on a Euro Tour.
Well, the Euro Tours are your baby.
99.
Yeah, played in the Hungarian. In fact, he did qualify for the Baltic Sea Open this year, so the first one of this year.
60.
He did play in Hungary in 2021 as well. Must have come through an associate qualifier.
60.
He won his first match
Tony
against
require
Keegan Brown, lost
141.
to Gerwin Price in his second.
Nice draw.
Well, this would be a nice finish.
89.
Ross
Steve
Smith
require
has beaten Ryan Joyce.
150.
He's also qualified. Oh my goodness.
125.
Well, where did that come from? What an
Tony
attempt.
require 52.
And do you know what?
He's nearly done the Whitlock.
Don't mind it in that spot either, because he just needed something to get him going, didn't he?
Yep.
$42. Steve, you require 25. Game shot on the third leg, Steve West.
Steve West eventually will feel like he's now in the match.
He seems to be suffering
Fourth
some
leg,
kind
Tony
of
to throw first.
awkward fourth
Game
game
on.
syndrome, Steve West, because he was beaten by John Part at this stage of yesterday 4-2, and he averaged a flat 70. He's about there again.
Yeah.
7.
7.
As Len Goodman would say.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, look, we can look for reasons,
95.
for patterns, but one thing that I know Paul Nicholson, Matthew Edgar, and other people I've worked with here will say is that sometimes it's about managing not just your practice, but also your nutrition, etc. in these days. And often you can see players
45.
drop dramatically after sort of the lunchtime period because they just haven't eaten anything.
No, and then your sugar levels drop, which then will coincide with you
43.
having a loss of energy, and your glycogen levels change. And that, of course, affects the brain, which in turn will affect your ability to count.
137.
What a player should really have is carbonara or something similar with a load of chicken in it.
190.
So, some long burning carbs, protein from the chicken. And lots of water. In my day, it'd have been a dirty, great big fry up and a can of cider. Breakfast of champions, Murph.
Yeah, I know Paul
83.
Nicholson's bag used to be filled with those sort of protein balls and bars and things
Yeah.
like that.
But he was the one that always looked. Certainly you've never seen
100.
Paul in a game where he
Stevie
looked like he
Maguire,
was
100.
exhausted or running on fumes.
Tops then. He's tried bull.
20. Tony requires 72.
Thinking of every party piece finished going, but 36 leaves 36.
Game shot of the fourth leg, Tony Wood.
He can he throws the old straws, put straws over the stems so no flights. He can throw
Fifth leg,
nails.
Steve
He
to
can
throw
actually
first.
throw the barrels with no
Game
stems
on.
and flights in.
What's the favourite sort of trick shot you've seen? I'm sure you've been around plenty of
57.
performers at plenty of exhibitions.
I don't think there's one that beats the Wayne Mardle blowing the dart in to a double. That's just, and until you see it, you just sort of think, nah, I'm not having it. There's
Yeah.
got to be some kind of trick to it.
100.
Well, I've just tried to even let the dart go that way, and it just drops at my feet. And the only other player I've ever seen do it is Aaron Monk.
Yeah.
83.
So that is a proper party trick, something that nobody else can really
Yeah,
do.
a lot of us do the things where you do it off a stool, off one knee. I like the blank bit of paper one. That's good over the bullseye because you just know where it is, and the dramatic effect
140.
of tearing it away and it's in the ball.
Yeah, I've seen Van Gerwen do the straws thing.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some sort of fraught with danger,
100.
aren't there, when you put someone's hand over the dartboard and throw a dart between all the fingers.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially nowadays.
I was over on the World Series when the Australian news anchor put an apple on the head for Peter Wright to shoot
60.
a dart at.
Yeah, that's brave. Oh, incredibly, we were just talking about Robert Owen. He was 4-0 down to Graham Hall.
97.
And he's had a rare bit of good fortune by the looks of it because he's come through 6-5. Well done, Robert Owen, our most successful Super Series player.
Yeah, 5 weekly wins for him. A reminder as well of the tungsten teaser if you haven't tweeted in your answer, still got time to do so.
134. Steve Maguire, 164.
About breaks of throw. I'll just quickly remind you of it. It is On only
54.
19 occasions as the game featured
20
7
requires
breaks to throw.
67.
3 of these were in the same session and featured the same player. Simply want to know who you think it was at MSS Darts.
We're talking about players we were concerned about. You just see Tony Wood. Missed the ball.
42.
Jose
Steve
de
require
Souza was one I was
110.
concerned about this season, but he's 5-2 up against Pascal Ruprecht, averaging 111.
Well, 111 to 110.
10.
Steve West taking that out to stay in the match. And Tony is going to have to work for this.
6 leg, Tony to throw first. Game on.
Perfect first start.
Yeah, middle and high. Not surprised to see
140.
at least one bedfellow in there. De Souza gets the job done 6-2 with 107.56.
Tony's first score was 140.
Just a bit of a check of the score there.
Yeah, they just run it back. 140, 60, and a ton for Steve, I do believe, was it?
I think it was just 60.
Oh, it was just 60.
I do think Steve West, you know, when he was playing at his pomp, was a little bit quicker.
100.
Just seems to be more sort of slight stopping in the when he gets it back to his eye.
It used to be one movement, didn't it?
Yeah.
There wasn't much of a pause.
A bit like the last start he threw
Yeah.
there, even though he threw that sort of nonchalantly.
Yeah. No, I agree. There was just the slightest pause at the back of the backswing, and that was it. But it literally was a fraction of a second.
Yeah. It's almost a sign of just taking that extra care to make sure you're
96.
aiming. It's not comparing it to, because it's nowhere near it, but when players talk about dartitis, it's that fear of missing, isn't it?
59.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a physical thing. It's a problem mentally where you're not confident about hitting the target you're aiming at, and he just pulls. Watamina's beaten Keegan Brown 6-1. He's through to Belgium.
Well, Wood might be about to beat West.
Only requires 70.
required to do so. West waiting on 147. But we'll have to rely on Tony not taking tops.
50.
He gets his wish,
He'd require
but now he needs to produce
147.
something big.
Well, he's had a max already, a 180. He's going to get the maximum break, but that's a long way off.
Yeah, he's just going to throw this last dart anywhere, I think.
37.
He's fuming with himself.
Only require 20.
Maybe he's running on fumes at the moment. Tony Wood, 2 10s right on the wire. And still, and don't forget, Steve West just taken out 110. But he won't get another go at it.
And the match,
Wood
Tony
wins,
Wood.
West loses, and that changes things a little bit towards the top of the table, because it means that Steve West, after 9 matches, remains on 10 points. And Ciaran Teehan and Willie Borland, who are about to play, well, either Teehan will pull 2 clear of West, or worse, Borland will pull 4 clear if he can make his run extend to a magnificent 7 straight wins. See if he can after the break.
So then, another huge match in the context of the league standings up next as top of the table, Willie Borland takes on a member of the chasing pack in Ciaran Teehan. Big Willie, of course, with 3 wins from 3 so far today. He's dropped just 4 legs en route with some really solid displays on the outer ring. As for Ciaran Teehan, he's 2 wins from 3 today, and actually his performance level over the course of his 3 games has been higher than those of his opponent, so he'll feel he has a very decent chance of ending the Scotsman's winning streak in this one, especially if he can replicate the level shown in his last match, a 90 average with just 2 darts missed at double to whitewash part, and it would be a win that would draw him level on points with Hunt and Borland and put a little bit of distance between those 3 and West. Who do you fancy for this one, Murph and Mays?
Well, Willie Borland would have to be the obvious choice. He's been the premier player the end of yesterday and the start of today. Ciaran Teehan may be lacking in a bit of consistency, and the Scotsman looking to make it 7 on the spin. But if Teehan can win, then there will be a 3-way tie at the top. Could have been a 4-way tie, but it won't include Steve West after that defeat at the hands of Tony Wood. And maybe West needs to learn lessons because his worst performance of the day has come at the same point of the day.
Yeah, this final match of the 4th cycle of games. Completion of this, all the players have 1 more to play. It'll be Tony Wood against John Parr. A battle of the bottom 2. And then Adam Hunt against Ciaran Teehan.
First leg, Ciaran to throw
Willie
first.
Borland against Steve West. And Willie Borland has been priced up at 4 to 5. So I just thought I'd mark your card.
But it's Ciaran Teehan who's out the blocks with a maximum.
Because I think that is wrong. I'd have Borland as a huge favourite on what we've seen so far today. Steve West
60.
picking up a couple of indifferent wins early on.
The one thing I would say about both of these players is, for me, they're the only 2 that look
140.
particularly relaxed about everything.
These 2 here?
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed. They're playing with purpose.
And even though Teehan's had his trials and tribulations, he doesn't seem to have,
85.
let it get to him at all.
No, the head's not dropped. And I like that.
40.
An interesting victory for Tony Wood, that as well. Maybe we have focused on it being a loss for West, but a win for Wood means that, say if Borland does get the beating of Teehan
140.
here, he's still very much in the picture for a 3rd place finish.
Yeah, that's
100.
That would
Ciaran, you require
probably
36.
be his optimum finishing spot. Everybody will say, wait, there's a
Game's
day
on the
to
first
go,
leg,
anything can
Ciaran
happen, but-
Teehan.
Yeah, well, if he beats John Part in the next match, he closes the gap to 2 points, doesn't he, on 3rd place Teehan? But he has got the first leg in this one.
Second leg,
Borland
William to throw
still
first.
has work to do. We'll
Game
have to
on.
get a break at some point. And then if Adam Hunt can beat Teehan and Borland can beat West, then he
99.
remains just 2 points behind going into the final day. So it becomes a much more likely prospect. Any of those results go the other way, and it's pretty much good night.
139.
I should have said our feed is saying pet, shouldn't I? Where
59.
Tony's from. But John Part will not want to roll over and have a pointless day.
140.
Very interesting to see how it's all priced up tomorrow, because you can see neither Adam Hunt or
57.
Steve West being favourite. Having West was favourite ahead of Monday, Hunt was favourite ahead of Tuesday. Maybe it'll
It's
be
the
Borland.
poison chalice.
Yeah.
Give someone else a go tomorrow.
140.
Well, Teehan's in a good spot here.
Yeah, he's playing lovely, isn't he?
There's a 13 darter. leg one.
140. Ciaran, you require
get an 11 here.
82.
Awkward.
He has to fit another one in there.
74.
The natural thing to do would
146.
be to go below that marker, but the danger of hitting a double 16 was
It's too
too
high.
fraught, yeah.
56. Ciaran, you require 8.
He couldn't be aggressive. So for back-to-back 13 darters, double 4. 2.
Game shot of the second leg,
We're
Ciaran
still
Teehan.
in and around potential record-breaking level. 13 and a 14. You'd need a 12
Third
here.
leg, Ciaran to throw first.
His
Game
last
on.
match is against Adam Hunt, so that is going to be interesting as well, particularly if he does win this one and get to 12 points along with Adam, because you're then looking at one of those being at very worst
96.
joint top at the end of the session.
$99.
The record for the series is 110.37, isn't it? That was shown earlier today. Rob Collins.
Yeah.
97.
Man of Steel, my pal Rob Collins.
59.
He's in that kind of territory, isn't he?
98.
Yeah, potentially going to be the best we've seen in this group anyway if he carries on at anything like this level.
134.
By the way, the highest he's ever produced on record, 103.66. So could be in for a PB, although that's outside of the Super Series. It may be that he's had a higher one in this, but
140.
those stats don't seem to make their way to the various databases on the internet.
96. Ciaran, you require 70.
Give you 1 sec, and I will.
My pal Mace might have got them all written down.
Yep. In terms of in official competition,
This for 3-0.
Game shot on the third leg,
And it
Ciaran
might all be
Teehan.
irrelevant in the end, because this could end up being the best one anyway, and then we can just put that in marker pen and remember it for future reference.
Fourth leg, William to throw
Because that was a
first.
15
Game on.
darter, and the average is now 107.36.
well, his
140.
PB is 103.66.
And that was the one at the development tour last year.
Yep.
45.
And his TV best, as far as I can see,
94.
140.
against Danny Baggish at the UK Open 2021. So this is in range for Ciaran Teehan to be a performance to be very, very proud of. Maybe even beat his
134.
own personal best. 103.66, the target for that.
140.
105.12, and he's doing it against a man who's on a 6-match winning streak at the top of the table.
And if you're going to produce your best, now's the time.
99. William, you require 81.
But good response from Borland here. Double 18 for an 11 dart leg of his own. Does it in
Game shot on the
12.
fourth leg, William Borland.
Welcome, Willie.
Fifth leg, Ciaran to throw first. Game on. $42.
Well, that won't help that kind of thing. Just
59.
42, the opener from Hightower.
$100. $51.
A roar of come on from Willie Borland. In frustration of that visit.
Just the one 3-figure average we had yesterday, Steve West.
Yup.
60.
That was only just a shade over a ton in a whitewash
Tony Wood was on the cards for one, wasn't he? And then just struggled to close it out.
136.
One of those funny shots, 299, where you have to be quite creative.
Yeah.
59.
In the finish.
Yeah, you tend to have to, or potentially have to move around a fair bit.
Yeah, utilising treble 18 is part of it that a lot of players don't do.
95.
If you start on the treble 19, hit it, and then go to the treble 18, you can just hit one treble in a visit. But if you go to treble 20, you have to hit two. One of those, but Borland was so far back. Doesn't look like it's going to be the PB from Ciaran Teehan, but it might be our second three-figure average. Well, he's decided
36.
not to go for the ball.
Willie Borland, 167.
Pretty solid percentage play, but it runs the risk.
124.
Oh, Teehan's
Junior require 32.
heart would have been in his mouth. But
Game
gets
shot
the win
and the match, Ciaran
convincingly
Teehan.
in the end and ends the unbeaten run of Willie Borland. Good game from both. 91.13 from Willie Borland, 96.42, the highest average of this campaign this week so far for Ciaran Teehan, and good doubling too, 4 from 8. So that completes our 4th cycle of matches. We have 3 players on 12 points, including Adam Hunt, Ciaran Teehan and Willie Borland, and they're all in action in our final 3 matches. Up next, Tony Wood against John Park.
So then we enter our last round of fixtures on day 2, and it's a battle between two players we're likely to see back in action in Group C on Thursday and Friday, but a win for Wood over West last time out may have revived a slim chance of squeaking into Group B, but at the very least, the ADC qualifier was finally rewarded for some very decent performances today with that 3rd win of the week, as you can see, on 6 points in the league standings. Can he back that up here against the 3-time world champion who's looking to record his 2nd win here at the Super Series? Wood whitewashed Part when they met yesterday, getting over the line with a 104 out to complete a 15. Part missing all 9 of his attempts at double in that one. Which way will this one go then? Let's hand back to Mason Murph to find out.
Thanks, Abby. As we enter our final 3 games on day 2 of 3 in Group A. At the moment, Adam Hunt out on top with Ciaran Teehan and Willie Borland. Only one leg separates those top 3. Adam Hunt +8, Ciaran Teehan +8, Willie Borland +7. But for Tony Wood, this is a must-win game. And, well, for me, I think the 1-2, if you're a short price punter, may be worth a little investment. Certainly cannot make a case for John Parr winning this one on what we've seen so far today. When they met
First
yesterday,
to throw first. Game on.
it was a win for Wood. I think it was 4-1.
42.
Even better than that.
4-0.
If you are having a flutter, do
26.
gamble responsibly. Information on safer gambling available at begambleaware.org. Only ever gamble what you can afford to lose.
Because that's what will happen. Well, the Euro Tour 7 qualifier is almost
100.
coming to a conclusion. I'll give you the list of names and who's qualified for Belgium. It's in a good few weeks, the actual event, but this is the qualifier for it. Ratajski has beaten Edhouse 6-2. Brooks through against Beaton 6-5. De Souza through. Menzies through. Gurney, Ricky Evans, Watamina, Ross Smith, Gary Anderson qualifies for his 2nd Euro Tour in 7 years. Robert
60.
Owen, Graham Usher, Richard Veenstra, James Wade, Callum Ridds, Chris Dobie, and Martijn
78.
Kleermaker still playing for the final positions. Sean Wilkinson against Dylan Slevin 5-5. Whitlock 1 away against Jeff Smith. Ian White 1 away, 5-1 up against Peterson. Evitz Vort 3-3.
137.
King Barry 2-0 up on Chuk. Barneveld 2-1 up on Mansell. Damien Mould 3-1 up on Zonneveld. And Sparadans 2-0 down to Matt
57.
Campbell.
Yeah, from the names that you've said have gone through there, I don't think there's a single surprise, really. A lot of them doing decent stuff very recently.
Yep.
For a start from Part in this one.
98.
Well, Tony Wood did some decent stuff last time out himself against Steve West, winning 4-2.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, that win for Teehan over Borland has made the prospect of a 3rd place finish
64.
less likely. Easy come, easy go.
8-8.
Game shot on the first leg.
Will
Tony
do him
Wood.
very nicely. A 17 dart hold.
I just noticed during the warm-up darts,
Looks
there
like
was a
John
big
to
sort
throw
of puff of the
first.
cheeks from John
Game on.
Tart. I don't think he would have particularly enjoyed today. A man of his CV getting beat in 4 straight matches with the potential to make it 5
45.
from 5. But he is a philosophical type. And you will probably very quickly forget this and reset ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, one of the smartest minds in our sport, it has to be said, certainly in terms of
64.
a player and the way he deals with disappointment.
I think that's another feature, you know, that we could do with we did the production crew one, didn't we?
41.
Smartest, best stress, all that kind of thing. Maybe get you players that have been on the tour to do it for the whole of darts. Maybe throw in worst loser.
Ooh, dodgy ground at the moment now, isn't it?
Yeah, say yourself. Just be safe. Say yourself.
60.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't a particularly pleasant loser, but I felt like a winner, so I was of the
78.
idea that show me a good loser and I'll show you a loser.
Yeah, well, nobody particularly enjoys losing, do they? But you should at least enjoy winning.
Yeah. Oh, I enjoyed winning too much, Murph.
139.
That's why when I did win, usually the next day was a disaster.
Are you one of those sportsmen who's got that edge in everything you do? Is it, you know, if you're playing a game of dominoes, it'd be exactly the same?
I used to be super competitive. I'm not particularly now. I don't think it's. I think it's life shortening, and I think it's too emotionally draining to get that emotionally invested
132.
in anything really.
Yeah, well, certainly in everything.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Maybe channel it into some things. And I know someone who's very into looking
46.
after yourself physically
Tony
and mentally. I guess one of the
106.
things you do is that you're only trying to compete with yourself.
Yeah, after decades of horrendous issues, I had to prioritize myself. But it just took
98.
too long to work that out, and I would spread myself too thinly.
58.
And I have
Tony
other interests in my
Roboyer,
life
8.
now, so especially my private life. So that keeps me on my toes.
Game shot on the
And
second
I still
leg, Tony Wood.
study a lot about the effects of food and well-being on the brain, and in terms of its relationship with depression and
Game
other
on.
mental health issues.
Yeah, I studied that. Short-term pleasure at the expense of
140.
long-term misery. So what I do to
Correct.
combat is I just keep eating. I just keep getting the pleasure.
Well, actually, you do have a point there. There is obviously when you
100.
eat something you like, it releases certain chemicals which people get, which is related to addiction, of course. Our body absorbs certain things, which releases certain chemicals, which our body gets addicted to, whether that be thrill seekers, risk takers, gamblers.
Yeah, pleasure hormones, isn't it?
Yes.
So dopamine hits,
Yeah.
things like that. Like hitting treble 20s, I assume, when you play
Yeah.
darts.
Oh, yeah, exactly. The dopamine release when you sort of have a spell of absolute brilliance it's remarkable. I should imagine that's why you get people addicted to golf when they hit that one shot.
100.
Yeah, and it's darts. Golf's another good example, actually, when you relate it to it being addictive in a way. When you've had a 180, you want another one, don't you?
Oh yeah,
And
then another one when you
pursuit of
Tony
perfection.
Roboyer,
when you can hit one regularly, you want to hit them back to back,
Yeah.
and then obviously the 9, and then with darts, you see, there's so many. Or I want a 170, or it's I want 100 average, and
Or a 161.
Game shot on the third
Just
leg,
like that.
Tony Wood.
And Tony Wood is certainly feeling good. Brilliant 161 bullseye
For the
finish.
John Zeus Rovers.
Dozen dart leg as
Game
well.
on.
he's produced moments like this over the last 2 days.
Yeah, check out of the week.
99.
Yeah, it's the highest finish of the week.
trumping the 157 that was hit against him by Steve West yesterday. Oh, no, we had a 158 today as well, didn't we, actually? Ciaran Teehan, which was also hit against him.
60.
Ian White and Keane Barry, another couple of people qualified alongside Dylan Slevin, who won 6-5. Only 4 matches remain. On account of that, I think Jeff Smith's produced a bit of a fight back to qualify. He has. He's beaten Simon Whitlock 6-5, so he'll be off to Belgium. Final 3 games. Ted Evitts leads Vincent 5-4, Mickey Mansell and Barney 3-3, Sparadans and Campbell 3-3. And a 180.
180.
Well, Jeff Smith, a former World Cup teammate of John Tart, of course.
Yeah. At the moment, Tony Wood is on for a PB this week. He's had a 97. Currently on 98.66.
97.92 it was, yeah, against Willie Borland.
Oh, back-to-back 180s.
Well, he's shown he can beat anybody, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Willie Borland's been the main man today in this group, but Wood beat him yesterday. But actually, maybe he has learnt a lesson, Tony, because he produced his worst performance of the day in his last match 24 hours ago when he averaged in the 60s. This is absolutely sublime.
Well, can he go 12-11? Or can he go 12-12?
69.
Would have been a new
Johnny
PB for Tony here.
47.
Well, it was in the 70s, that last one yesterday. Got carried away there.
He'll be in here, be after you.
94. Tony require 12.
Well, the average, if he hits this, will be big.
Game shot
will
and
be
the match, Tony Wood.
Over 100, 100.2, matching that high from Steve West yesterday. Exactly the same average that West hit when he beat Tony Wood 4-0. Wood beat John Tart 4-0 with that average, and with the highest checkout of the week so far, 161, 50% on the doubles. Didn't give John Tart a single dart at the outer ring, and Wood ends on a high. Takes his tally to 8 points by winning his last 2 matches, and the last 2 matches of the day are coming next. Willie Borland against Steve West, but first Adam Hunt against Ciaran Teehan after the break.
Our penultimate match of the day sees Adam Hunt take on Ciaran Teehan. First against second, and there's not a lot separating the two at the moment. Both on 12 points and both +8 in the legs difference column. Teehan, for me, the standout performer of the day so far, averaging 90 in his whitewash win over Part, before backing that up with a 96.5 and even more clinical finishing over Willie Borland to end the Scotsman's winning streak. Hightower seems to be growing in confidence as the group progresses. Some big finishing over the course of the day too, including the second biggest checkout we've seen in Group A, that 158 against Wood a little earlier on. As for Hunt, well, he managed to put all aspects of his game together in his win over West earlier on. That's the best we've seen from him so far today. Which of these two will be able to put all aspects together in this one to give themselves a great chance of finishing the day top of the crop? Danny McNamara, our referee, is ready, so let's get straight back to our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, a potential crunch clash between two of the top three. In fact, the players occupying positions 1 and 2, level on points on 12, level on leg difference as well. Both +8. Something has got to give, and one of them will give themselves an outright lead. Willie Borland actually only 1 leg behind them. He played Steve West in the last match, so it's turning into a nice grandstand finish for the final day of action in this group tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And Steve West's going to be under it in our final game because, for me, even this early,
First leg, Adam to throw first.
he's
Game
going to
on.
need to close the gap. But they went. Adam Hunt 8 to 15.
58.
11 to 8. Ciaran Teehan. I think that represents value, especially the way he played last time out.
Well, he looked so composed, didn't he?
100.
In that win over Willie Borland, who to that point had been the standout player in the group. But here comes the maximum man.
140.
Just not with the maximum. Teehan started his day with a 4-2 defeat at the hands of Steve West, but since then it's been really good stuff. The signs were there when he beat Tony Wood 4-3, had that 158 and the 118 in that.
Yep.
And then
80.
he picked John apart 4-0.
Yeah, with a decent average, it was just shy of 90, wasn't it? But 4 out of 6 on the doubles, another ton plus finisher, 113 that time.
Yeah, and the cherry on the cake, that standout display against Willie Borland. So he's gone from strength to strength, got better and better as the day's gone on.
70.
Barneveld back on the Euro Tour. He'll be off to Belgium. 6-3 winner over Mickey Mansell. And the final game of this Euro Tour 7 qualifier. Campbell against Sparadans.
81. Adam require 100.
He's had an interesting weekend, hasn't he, Matt Campbell?
98. Ciaran, you require 120.
I'm not going there, Murph.
Another one of the Canadian contingent, of course.
Yeah.
Must be such a legend in those parts, John Part.
Oh, yeah.
60. Adam, you require 55.
But then looking for 15 and then tops.
Spent a lot of time in Canada and America after his
Ciaran,
second world title in that
60.
epic win against Taylor, and the reception he used to get, and he was treated like a pop star wherever we went. And rightly so.
Game shot of the first leg, Ciaran.
What's going right for this man right now? It's a break of throw at the first possible opportunity.
And again, it's
another
example of
game on.
Of momentum, isn't it, and confidence, and they come hand in hand.
We might have to look back at round by round.
131.
By that I mean each group of 3 fixtures since the start of Monday morning to see how many times the lead has changed hands.
140.
Hunt's been there, West's been there, Borland's been there. Now Teehan might be about to go there.
123.
I don't think once we sort of established the hierarchy of the group. We've seen so many chops and changes in terms of people on top.
81. $100.
In this tie yesterday, Ciaran just got the better of Adam, 4-3. Game which seen
58. Ciaran, you require
18
147.
missed darts at doubles. Also saw 5 180s in the match, 3 from Teehan, 2 from Adam, but 2 177s from
131.
And tomorrow,
94.
this will be
Ciaran,
the
you
very
require
first match
16.
of the day.
well, Matt Campbell
Game shot on
will
the
be
second leg. Ciaran
joining
Teehan.
Jeff Smith in Belgium. As Matt Campbell has just got the better
Third
of
leg Adam
Sparadam,
to
6-5.
Rovers. Game on.
These players level now, but if one of them wins this match and then the first one tomorrow, then
121.
it's a massive, massive hill to climb. 4 points in 4 matches. Tough, isn't it? Steve West plays John Part in game 2. Tony Wood
100.
plays Willie Borland in game 3.
Well, the thing is, the top 4 are all capable. Well, maybe even, I suppose you could include Tony Wood in there. They're all capable of beating each other. That's the trouble.
96.
There's no one really standing out in terms of performance levels.
So everyone's having little runs, aren't they? It's quite interesting, and maybe it's going to be about whether you actually pick up all the wins that you should in that run.
140.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen last week about how costly just dropping that game that maybe you should have won. And
I spoke to Robert Thornton off air. You were there as well, and he
60.
said that he knew the mistake that Lee had made, that he focused all his attention on one game when Robert Thornton probably put so much pressure on himself for that one game. He was fine in the rest of them.
95.
You see it so often in this format as well, where you go into a match that if you win it, you will qualify, but then you lose it and you never get that opportunity again.
is exactly what happened to Lee Cox, wasn't it?
100.
And it was a bizarre week where we saw him miss out twice on leg difference and another player in Sam Kankit miss out on legs 1.
100. Adam, you require 124.
What if that happens on a Saturday night? You get yourself involved in a 9-dart shootout, as you did, Mace. Well,
Game
oh,
shot on the
beautiful.
third leg.
It
Adam
was a
Hunt.
beautiful ball.
Fourth leg Ciaran to the Rovers. Game on.
do believe that Abby's going to reveal the answer to the tungsten teaser ahead of the final
79.
match of the day. So your last chance to enter at MSS Darts on Twitter. And the question that Henry Deacon has posed for Tuesday's tungsten teaser is
60.
on only 19 occasions has a game featured 7 straight breaks of throw. 3 of these were in the same session and featured the same player. Who was it?
$100.
We already know, because of the clue that we gave earlier as Mace was trying to work it out, that the session
60.
involved Chris Mason himself, and as did one of those matches.
$58. $26.
That just gives Teehan plenty of encouragement. First real sign we've seen
44.
from him of anguish. He shook his head there after the dart
Yeah. Little bit of angst.
drifted. Yeah. Still in a very good spot
100.
in the leg and in the match.
Yeah. As a player, you feel the pressure mount because you know it's such a key leg. But
140.
that was a super visit.
He's a player, of course, who knows about turning a week around. He finished bottom of Group A the week he actually went on to win finals night.
97. Ciaran, you require 80.
Hightower looking to climb the ladder here. Doesn't need to bother because he's got the treble. 2 darts at double 10.
Game shot of the fourth leg, Ciaran Teehan.
Finishing 3 from 5 from Teehan. Very solid, and he's had to hit those doubles.
Fifth leg, Adam
Put
to
under it
throw first.
for the majority.
And he's found a level as well, isn't he, that he's just not deviating from now. He's
Yeah,
grown into the day.
96.42 last time out, wasn't it?
41.
Hitting treble just about every visit.
81.
Save my bacon there, Ciaran, thank you.
Almost the ultimate commentator's curse with graphics.
100.
Now and again, he can be a
65.
little short on the release and get a little wristy. Just creeps in and he manages just to do it
46.
just from time to time. There, he's just setting himself.
Just looking through the match, there have only been 2 scoring visits in 4.5 legs where he hasn't hit a treble.
57.
Compare that to Adam Hunt, he's had 2 of those in the last 3 visits. And again, problem of his today has been staying straight.
140.
He does. Tends to find the lipstick.
96. $58.
Well, he couldn't plant a smacker on it this time.
So, window of opportunity for Ciaran Teehan, and he's jumping straight through it.
131.
Forward left double
Adam Maguire,
16.
116.
Yeah, he's all right. He's going to get a dart at a double if Hunt doesn't take this out, and that's just become very tricky to find.
So I'm not really a massive fan.
57. Ciaran, you require 71.
Yeah, get it if you're completely obsessed and besotted with double top. But Adam Hunt isn't really, is he? So Teehan wants top so for the match.
Game shot
and gets
and a
it, and
match,
it's a
Ciaran
4-1 win
Teehan.
that sends Teehan top of the table. He signs off with victories against Willie Borland and Adam Hunt, his closest rivals, and moves 2 points clear of the pair. Another average in the 90s. Excellent finishing as well, 4 out of 6. And Ciaran Teehan is making a bit of a statement at the end of Tuesday. He might be in the box seat on Wednesday. Of course, Borland still has a game to play. He will play the final match of the day when he takes on the pre-group favourite, Steve West.
So then, our final game of the day, another crucial clash as Willie Borland and Steve West go head-to-head. Do you feel it's more important for West to pick up the points in this one to prevent him from being 4 points off the lead heading into the final day of action? West again enduring that mid-session slump with defeats in games 3 and 4 today. Last time out posting an average just a shade above 75. Can he regroup again in this one as he did in his final game yesterday to draw himself level on points with Borland, or can the Scotsman recompose to make it 4 from 5 and join Ciaran Teehan on 14 points? Before we get into our final match, we can now reveal the answer to Henry's Tuesday Tungsten teaser. The question was, on only 19 occasions has a game featured 7 breaks of throw. 3 of these were in the same session and featured the same player. Who was it? Well done to all of you who tweeted in the correct answer. It was, of course, Tony O'Shea, as you can see in that graphic there. Henry Deacon looking a bit like Ciaran Teehan towering over Tony O'Shea in that one. I'm sure Murph is going to tell us that he had the correct answer for that one. Am I right?
Yeah, I had it a long time ago. As you know, Abby, I'm a want of all knowledge, especially when the producer told me about 8:30 this morning. But Henry Deacon doing fine job with his Tuesday Tungsten teaser, even on his day off. But Mace, you did get the answer, didn't you? Without any kind of corrupt.
Yeah, one side established that it was definitely me. It took a while. I won't lie.
Well,
it was just a process of elimination in the end because it involved me, and I had to work out who I played.
Game on.
Yeah, but I mean, some players remember every dart, some forget every dart, don't they?
Yeah, when I first started, I used to watch everything, but I've not watched one bit of this or the World Seniors.
Well, who needs to come up with an answer here? Who's more in need? Because, of course, Steve West, by winning this match, can get back into the race. But Willie Borland will feel that he deserves to be at least level at the top of the table, won't he?
Well, especially the way he's played in that unbeaten run he went on. And in fairness, he's
81.
Probably for me and Teehan been the 2 best players of the day, performance-wise.
Yeah, and we mentioned it when they played each other. The 2 men have kept calm and carried on.
Yeah, exactly that. They've just not looked stressed. Been going about their business.
Yeah, and Steve
60.
West hasn't he? That's a good way of describing it. Steve stressed, if you like.
59. $100. William, you require 120. Game shown of the first leg, William Borland.
Willie Borland takes the opener. Hold a throw.
Second leg, Steve to
plus
Rovers.
finish. We've had
game on.
plenty of them today. We'll have a count up.
Yeah, more
134.
impressive than that brilliant 161 from the ADC qualifier, Tony Wood. And if you're sat at home thinking, I can play at this level, then go and put your darts where your mouth is and enter one of the amateur darts circuit events. All the information online.
140.
Spreading far and wide now, the ADC, and we do take 1 player every week at the MODUS Super Series from that system.
140.
Yeah, get off the internet, talking about other players and abusing them. Come and have a go yourself. Might have some kind of empathy of the difficulty involved.
60.
Well, at the moment, Willie Borland is making it look very easy, isn't he?
Annoyingly so.
85. Steve require
Only 142 left after all the barrage of brilliance that Borland has thrown. He might not come away 2-0 up here.
We've had 7
41.
tumbler sets.
William require 142.
A good few yesterday as well.
Might get an 8th.
92.
Can take out the 1-2-6. We've seen him hit 2 bullseyes earlier on. He only needs 1 at the end of this combination. But he's not going to get a go at it. That was an attempt.
33.
For 3 bullseyes, by the way, if you missed
50.
it. West hit the first 2 and 150. Borland might as well have gone for the bullseye because he's made a right mess of that. Didn't get a
18.
dart double from 50.
Steve
Wowzers.
require 93.
Does he start on the bull this time, Steve? He does, and he hits it as well. 3 for tops.
Game shot of the
Willie
second leg,
Borland will
Steve
be
West.
kicking himself after that.
Yeah, well, he'll be confused as why he's not 2-0 up. But a good
Third leg, William
93
to
out.
throw first. Game on.
He might be thinking what I've just said. He might as well have just thrown at the bull with his first start. At least he would have had one at double.
100.
Steve Brown last night was down in the
93.
Western ADC
45.
singles event, the Vault. And he beat Mike Norton in the final 3-2 with a 103.99 average. Mike Norton averaged 95.
43.
Browner may be on his way back,
Yeah, both players,
qualifying from his own tournaments. What's going on?
both players we've seen here recently.
96.
Seen Steve and
Yeah.
John Brown, son. Mike Norton made finals night last time he was here.
Yeah, John Brown's just starting to
134.
find his feet again after a bit of a tough time.
60.
It's easy to say, isn't it? Maybe too early on the Pro Tour, but it might well be the case.
Yeah.
And that's one of the flaws, I think, in the Q school
121.
system. You can get a young kid.
Who's not ready,
Yeah.
which is why if you
94.
said
require
via the
110.
Challenge Tour,
Then they would have had to sustain it over a season, not
Yeah.
over a weekend.
and playing in that environment, they'd be
70.
ready.
William require
Well,
106.
West couldn't get the 110. Borland now looking at 106. So treble 18, the double 16.
Game shot of the third leg.
Wowza.
William Borland.
Well, his two legs, a 120 for 15 and a 106 there for 18, both holds.
Fourth leg Steve to
Yeah,
throw
this is where
first.
stats can be misleading because he does have a perfect record on the doubles, but he did have 50 left with 3 darts in hand at one point in this match and not go out.
Or get one at a double.
134.
Yeah. That's a kind of flattering, deceptive statistic on this occasion.
177.
Nothing deceptive about that, though.
Super visit after the 134 from West.
96.
Well, Steve played okay in his final game yesterday, didn't he?
60.
Yeah, fourth game seems to be the bad spot for Steve.
Wow, nothing bad about that.
171.
They've got a 177 and a 171 in the leg.
His fourth game tomorrow, incidentally, is actually
94.
against Willie
Steve require
Borland.
100.
60. Okay, can still be done. Treble 19 for double 19.
84.
Tidies up.
William require 170.
Suddenly, Steve West has woken up.
58. Steve requires 16.
Well,
No
can
score.
Borland make it?
William require
3-ton
112.
plus out. He's in Graham Usher territory. Treble 20. Double 16. Ooh.
96.
Yeah, Graham Usher did
Steve
it with
requires
a
16.
9-darter to boot, didn't he?
Well, Borland still had time.
8.
Oh, this
William
is often the
requires
Achilles heel of
16.
Steve West. And many a dart player might get a reprieve here. This is difficult for Willie Borland.
8.
An awful lot of
Steve
metal in the way.
require 8.
Watching Steve West,
Game shot of the fourth
I often
leg.
think that-
Steve West.
it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy sometimes. He, in the end, got the double one there, but as soon as a first dart misses, particularly if it's a narrow miss,
Fifth leg.
he almost
William
looks like a
to
man who
throw
thinks he's
first.
destined
Game
to
on.
miss his next two.
Well, if he was a brand new player, I'd probably be
60.
critical and overcritical. But having played alongside Steve for so many years and
85.
and watched so many of his matches and seeing how many he's lost by a wire double here and there, and
57.
I've got some kind of empathy with him because it's almost like, here we go again.
Where I empathise is that his grouping over the years has been so good that often he'll plant 3
42.
right on the wire of the double he's going for, right next to each other.
If you tried to do that without one going in, it would be almost impossible
100.
to try and do that. One would somehow sneak in.
Speaking of the grouping,
Right on cue.
180.
First Max.
as called by our referee, Danny
60.
McNamara, another diamond unearthed at the MODUS
yeah.
Super Series.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan. Love the sound of his voice. And it's something different.
134.
He knows how to pronounce all the Irish names properly, like Ciaran.
64. Stevie requires 60.
Yeah, we pronounce them in English. Sorry, Ciaran. Top cent. Again, a dart that he should be able to use.
40.
But he's
William
unable to.
require
Willie Borland has
160.
an outside chance to steal the leg. This is for a break, though, for Steve West when he comes back. And if he does win this
88.
match, it'd be very
Stevie
interesting. It'll be 2 on 14,
20.
2 on 12.
All to play for.
Sorry, it'd be 1 on 14, 3 on 12. Beg your pardon. He would be level on points with the man he's playing.
Game
And he's
shot
one
the
leg
fifth
away
leg,
from getting there.
Steve West.
And he's going to have the darts to do it because that was a breaker throw.
It would mean
6 leg Steve to throw first.
Ciaran Teehan would be
Game
the
on.
outright league leader heading into the final day.
And if Willie loses this one 4-2, it'd be interesting to see
43.
where he sits with Adam Hunt, who's currently on 12 plus 5. If Borland loses this
93.
now, it would be 12 plus 5 for him also.
Yeah, and the other thing is, we mentioned
And
spells.
Steve West would be on 12 plus 5.
Yeah, we mentioned spells as well. And if he does lose this, it'd be 2 losses,
140.
6 wins, and then another 2 losses.
Yeah. Yeah, so 2 defeats, 6 wins, 2 defeats. So
59.
he wins all his games tomorrow.
First match for Willie is against Tony Wood. Third game on.
58.
Steve West has a meeting with John Part. Second game on Wednesday morning. We are live. Usual places. 40 Stuff TV, which of course tomorrow changes channel on your Sky Planner.
427, isn't it?
I believe
65.
so. I'll just 100% confirm that.
59.
And that is correct. 427 from tomorrow. And as always, for viewers around the world, available on the MODUS Super Series
101.
YouTube channel. Bonus content
William
there as well. And you
Maguire,
can watch any of the sessions back
150.
in full if you're unable to catch them live. And see darts like this.
132. Steve require 94.
For the match.
69. William require 18.
To stay in the match.
Game shot
And
of
he
the
does
fifth, 6
stay
leg
in the match.
William Borland.
All square. Well, I mentioned the permutation should West win it, that he would join Borland and
Seventh
Hunt
and
on
final
12
William
points
to
and
the
leave Teehan out
Rovers.
on top
Game
on
on.
14. Should Borland hold his throw here and win the match, and he will
60.
join Teehan on 14. Adam Hunt will remain on 12, of course, but Steve West will stay on 10. Now, that is a big gap
100.
to bridge in just one day's play. 4 points doesn't seem like much, but of course, Teehan and Borland
50.
would have each other to play, so a guarantee that one of them will end up on at least 16.
3.
And that Steve West realistically tomorrow would have to win. Well, I would say all of his matches if he lost this match. top the group.
134.
22 points wasn't enough for Lee Cox last week, and West would only be able to get to 20.
30. 121.
Borland closing in. West closing his eyes. Disgusted with what he's just witnessed.
44.
Unable to produce the
William
goods,
Maguire,
having missed
136.
a dart at the bull to win the match. Now he finds himself in no man's land.
96.
Stranded. And all he can do is hit and hope, and he hasn't even hit.
William Maguire, 40.
And so it's bravo, Borland, as Willie gets the win over West to sign off in style, and it's a defeat that could really harm Steve West's chances, all progressing as the group winner. He's now 4 points off the pace from the man who's just beaten him and Ciaran Teehan after Borland won that one 4-3, including a 120 checkout. Steve West did have that match start at the bullseye, but it all went south from there. Well, to take a deeper dive into the league table overnight and reflect on today's play, Chris Mason has joined Abby.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Murph. Borland surviving that one dart at the bullseye there, but he was showing a quality that's been really impressive from him on both days of action. He's just so unfazed, not at all flustered, even when he finds himself behind in games.
Yeah, and he had that spell, that 6-game unbeaten run, which, you know, we talk about momentum and confidence, and one go, you know, they go in hand to hand together. So yeah, looked good and didn't want to lose back-to-back games, so he sort of broke that streak, and he'll go into tomorrow. You can see him growing in confidence. We spoke on it right at the top of the show, how much a player, where William Borland's game is and his career is right now, how much of a huge benefit it would be to him.
Yeah, another player who's grown in confidence is the man who sat top of the league standings going into the final day of action, Ciaran Teehan. And one of the positives from him, we heard you talking in comms about how he's playing with that freedom when he's looking to go out on front. It is maybe that he ended the week that he went on to win, he ended Group A, bottom of the table. So he knows that it doesn't really matter, and maybe that's allowing him to play with a bit more freedom here.
Yeah, I think we're seeing the ones that are more experienced in this format, and Ciaran Teehan is one of the most experienced players in it. He knows it's, listen, winning Group A is a massive bonus. Second and third place is priority to avoid coming back for the morning session Thursday and Friday. And of course, Group B, the night group, it's only got 5 players and 3 go through. I think John Part suffered with the amount of darts involved and the scheduling of it. And I think we just seen there from Steve West, I think he's found it tough going as well.
Yeah, the table's certainly a fair reflection, isn't it, of how players have played, because Adam Hunt in third at the moment, maybe not sure what we're going to see from him, because his scoring very rarely letting him down. It's just that finishing that we've seen spells of clinical from him, but too many times it's been wanting.
Tony Wood, very similar. I mean, we've seen some great stuff from some great finishing, some great moments. But for me, ultimately, the best 3 players are currently in the top 3 position, or the most consistent are in the top 3 position.
15 more games remaining. You know what I'm going to ask you. Who's your winner?
Willie Borland.
I'm going for Ciaran Teehan, so we will find out tomorrow from 9:30. Another reminder that if you watch us on Sporty Stuff TV, it will be a change of channel from tomorrow, so make sure to tune in on channel 427 tomorrow for all of the action as we find out the first player to qualify through for Saturday night's finals night. It promises to be a real showcase finish. Make sure you join us then.